Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Sì, sì, mi spengo ora.
Presto, dobbiamo aspettare un altro po'. 35, che era previsto inizio.
9 e mezza. Sì. Two microphones.
So it says Link's final event, but there is a disclaimer for the family. Links is not completely over, of course. We still have the review meeting upcoming in January, but more importantly for the broader network of Links, the things that we have been talking in the Links project about crowdsourcing, social media, they of course will remain after Links is over, and so will our network. So this is not only the ending of the project, but also the start of the beginning of the continuation of I was talking to Jan from one of our parties. He said, hey, but Links is over, but we will still keep in touch because, you know, we would like to know more about social media and crowdsourcing for our own organization. So, and that typically is the case. I will give the floor to Nathan, who will then introduce the program for the days. But we have the final event. We will learn a lot about what we have been doing, share it with our other stakeholders, and let it also be the start of networking on the topics that we all think are very important. So Nathan, to you to introduce the day.
Okay. Thanks, Case. Ooh, that's hot. And welcome, everybody. Yeah, my name is Nathan. I am the coordinator for the Links project, and I have the privilege to be the host for today, there I am up there, to walk you through the agenda and to introduce you a little bit to what our project's done over the last 3.5 years. But first I'd like to thank Save the Children for organizing the event, and also thanks to all of you for attending and participating. We're really excited to be able to show you what we did for the last 3.5 years. We're proud of what we accomplished, and yeah, excited to share that with you and go through that through the panels today. But the format's going to be a little different than you might expect. We're not going to dwell a lot on our concrete results that we delivered. You can find that all on our websites and in our deliverables and so forth. Is that better? It's okay. Instead, what we thought, it's a little bit hot, but okay, I'll just come back. Instead, what we thought we would do was organize the day around specific thematics. So different topics that have emerged from the work that we've done in the project, whether that's risk communication and crisis communication, how we work with misinformation and disinformation, or really the whole idea of crowdsourcing and engaging with citizens and local communities. And to do that, we wanted to also invite some persons from outside the project. So we've invited other projects as well as experts, people with backgrounds in science communication, content creation, computational social science, AI, to challenge us a little bit, to extend what we've found in the project and our assumptions and our findings, and to move the bar, to push it a little bit and move the agenda. So what's next here? What are the next gaps, and how do what's the next agenda for research in this area? But before we get into all that, I have the privilege of one last time giving the presentation of Links. For those persons in the room in the project, this will be the 400th time you've seen parts of this, but I think there are quite enough new people in the project that you get a little idea of what we set out to do, what we accomplished in this period, And that will sort of set the tone, I think, for the rest of the day. So we can switch to the slides, Francesco. Next slide, please. Thanks. So Links is a unique project in the sense that it started in the midst of COVID. Really not the midst, the beginning. So 2020 of June, as things started to be locked down, we began the project. And that came with a lot of challenges, particularly when you have 15 partners, 2 associate partners with different backgrounds, emergency management organizations, research institutions, NGOs, what have you, most of them who had never met each other before. And we managed to operate for the first 2 years of the project without meeting. So really pivoting and adjusting to being online and building, for lack of a better word, links between our organizations and the work that we needed to do. So the first thing I'd like to do is really thank the partners in this room for their effort and the work that they did in these 3.5 years. It was not a simple task, and all the partners in this project really committed to making an effort to accomplish what you see up there, almost 60 deliverables, which was certainly ambitious and something we will never try again in another project. In any case, we've managed to get to the end there. Next slide, please. So, but what is Links about, really? So Links is a research and innovation project. We are under the call of disaster resilient societies, and we fit into that scope by really honing in on the uses of social media and crowdsourcing technologies. And we look at how those might act as bridging mechanisms between, for example, local authorities on one hand and citizens and actors on the other, all by way of strengthening local resilience. Next slide, please. So we came into the project in order to study this idea of how can we really apply social media and crowdsourcing disaster risk management. In order to approach that, we looked across 3 different areas. So we looked at social aspects. So we looked at issues around local diversity and vulnerability and how that impacted risk perception and risk awareness, issues around accessibility to these technologies. We looked at the institutional side of it. So what were the practices and procedures currently in place in emergency management organizations? What were they doing, or what were their gaps and needs in order to apply these technologies in their operating procedures? And we looked at the technologies themselves. So we did a scan of the landscape of solutions that currently exist in this area. Next slide, please. So that work included desk studies, surveys, interviews, but the bulk majority of that work was handled within our case studies in the project. So we had 5 cases, each looking at different hazard contexts and obviously in different locations. In Italy, we worked in the province of Tirrenia with the local civil protection. They were supported by Save the Children Italy, as well as University of Florence. And we looked at earthquakes, but also disaster prevention for minors and vulnerable groups. In the Netherlands, we looked at industrial hazards. So we focused in the south of Limburg. We worked with our partners from the Kimmelot industrial plant, a large industrial plant, as well as SciTech, which is their on-site emergency management organization, and the safety region to look at industrial hazards. We worked with partners in Denmark, particularly in the Copenhagen area, to look at flooding and cloudburst. So that was with the municipality of Frederiksberg, the fire department of Copenhagen, and the University of Copenhagen and University Copenhagen College Copenhagen. Lots of Copenhagens there. And we worked in Germany on 2 different case studies, one on terror with the German Police University, and another looking at drought with our partners from the Safety Innovation Center. Next slide, please. So about halfway through the project, these were sort of the outcomes that we started to realize. That emergency management organizations really had a desire to work with social media and crowdsourcing, but in general there was a lack of good practices or best practices on how to do this, how to apply it, a lack of guidelines and procedures, particularly formal procedures. So there might have been some informal practices from one organization to the other, but an absence of policy, but all the way down to standard operating procedures. There was an absence of an understanding of how to really engage the public. So how do you really involve citizens in crowdsourcing it as volunteers and so forth? Is there standard ways of doing so? And also an overview or comprehensive understanding of what technical solutions are actually in practice. So to solve that gap, next slide please, we made a framework, a links framework. I know this is sort of the back end of it, so it's a bit complex, but the idea was to create a types of solutions, so you see there on the bottom the light bulbs, different types of solutions that could answer some of these needs, and then design a user guidance system around specific thematics. So whether it was engaging with citizens, looking at volunteers, improving communication, looking at issues around targeting communication, and pull the knowledge from the products we've created to guide users to that information. Next slide, please. So what does that look like in reality? Can you push again? There's two on there, thanks. We house that within a platform called the Links Community Center. You will have time and opportunity this afternoon during the exhibition to see that and to play with it, but you can also access it now online. All of the solutions and the user guidance are embedded in that. It acts as a sort of wiki, which means that persons can also contribute to the products that are there. Next slide, please. And the products are organized in some cases as libraries. So for instance, we have a technologies library with an overview of all the solutions that we could find, at least, for different applications of social media and crowdsourcing and emergency management. There's a guidelines library. So again, these formal and informal procedures that we found by doing our review. And there's a use case library. So examples of how the technologies are actually used in practice. When were they actually used in an incident or an exercise? And these libraries are also connected to each other in that way. And they work on a filtering system. So it can be filtered by phase or hazard type or your experience or level of need for the type of guideline, for example. We've also got a number of other products that are linked and accessible through the Links Community Center. Two of them are going to be the focus of today and tomorrow. So tomorrow, much of the day is centered around the launch of the FeelSafe platform, which our colleagues here at Save the Children produced and put their efforts into. And we're quite proud of that product, so you'll have a lot of time to hear about that. And the Including Citizens Handbook. So it includes online learning modules on issues like accessibility, mobilizing citizens, and so forth. And I think this afternoon we've got a workshop based around that, so you'll get to hear a bit more about that product. Next slide, please. So thinking back about where we started, and now 3.5 years in, what did we learn? Some very high-level reflections that come to mind are that, when you're in these types of projects, these that have a sort of technical focus, you have to remember that innovation is not just the technical side. It's also really about the social side. And this became more and more apparent. If you want success in your digital communication or reciprocity between you and the community, you have to also invest in offline contact. So that means building trust among your community, making sure you integrate targeted and two-way communication strategies, not only digital, or social media. It can be other mediums that you're using. And that requires also tapping into local diversity. So understanding the social fabric in the context of your neighborhoods and building that trust through those relationships, local vulnerabilities and so forth. It requires co-designing with citizens, with intermediate actors, and with city managers. And particularly in projects like that, doing it right from the start. So giving some sort of ownership to them through the work. But outside of the projects, if you want to implement strategies in this area, inside your organizations, you need to also engage with the stakeholders early on in that process. What are the needs from their side, and how can there be some sort of reciprocity or relation between the efforts there? And it requires some work. It's a little bit lined out there, but it requires work by organizations to be flexible and adaptable. So this is really speaking to emergency management organizations. They need to build these relationships locally with intermediate actors, with private sector, and build them so that they're long-lasting. Be flexible enough to have other voices in the room and understand the needs from their point of view. And invest in learning. So it's not so simple to just plug in a technology that you want to do social listening suddenly for in your organization. You need to invest in the resources and learning, and what you really need in an organization to transfer that into something that can be operational and applicable. So, and above all, it just takes time. So what we learned in this project after 3.5 years is just building those relationships, even amongst our own partners in the local cases, took time and time and time, those relationships. And so these might seem like very generic, high-level comments, and maybe they're even the assumptions that we started the project with. We can certainly confirm them now, and I think what today will be is an opportunity to dig deeper into some of these at a more contextual level. So in the panels, you'll hear from some of our partners in the cases, the other projects, some experts about how this looks in reality when we really apply it in practice. So excited for that. But before we get to it, we have 2 keynotes this morning. So I'm going to introduce briefly the first keynote, and then I'll come to the second. We have Philippe Quivervilliers with us from the Commission. He is a EU policymaker and manager of European projects in this area of hazards and climate relations, and he's currently a policy officer at DG Home and really leads the security programs and the work on disaster resilient society. So we invited him and asked him to say a few words about how links and the work that we've done fits into the ongoing and future agenda and priorities of the Commission. So I see Christian on the screen instead of Philip, but is Philip there?
Yes, I'm here, but I have difficulties with the network connection.
There he is.
But,
Hello,
yeah.
Philip.
Hello. Hello.
1 second, we have a sound issue. Can you test it quickly?
I can talk. Hello, can you hear me?
We don't hear you. Try again.
Yes, fine.
I think that works. So, Philip, are you on?
Yeah.
Okay. We can turn it over to you.
Is quite strange, and I have an echo, which yeah, is that better? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I hope it will be kept because I'm completely rejected from time to time from Teams.
The sound is good on our side.
Okay, very good. Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me.
One second.
Well, I have an issue with Teams. Huh? It does not. I'm just ejected regularly, but I will try.
Okay.
If not, well, Christian will take over. Thank you to him.
Yeah, let's try again.
Okay, let's. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and I will be quite brief in my introductory remarks, and simply recalling that links is part of a larger topics which was related to human factors.
We can't seem to keep the connection with Philip today, but I assume he was going to say really kind things about how Links has met all of its objectives and is really a star project that fits into the Commission's agenda. Just paraphrasing. Okay, thanks. So Christian, I just quickly introduce you, and then I let you take over, and if Philip jumps in and he can make a connection, we will take him after. So we've also asked Christian Reuter to join us today. Thanks, Christian, for being with us. He's a full professor and the Dean of the Department of Computer Science at the Technical University of Darmstadt. His research is on communication science plus computer science plus peace and security studies. and he has 2 PhDs, one in information systems and more recently one on political systems and safety and security. And I know that out of that PhD, you worked on EU perspectives of crisis informatics and really the attitudes of citizens and authorities towards the use of social media in safety and emergency management. And so we invited Christian to talk a little bit about the state of the art of the field of integrating social media and crowdsourcing and emergency management, and where he sees the research agenda for that going into the future. So Christian, I will turn it over to you. Let's hope that we have a little better luck with your mic, but it seems okay there.
Yes, thanks. Thanks a lot for inviting me. And unfortunately, I cannot be here because the lecture starts this week in Darmstadt, and such a virtual meeting is possible. During the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about crisis informatics, the use of social media in emergencies, in crisis, in disasters during the last 10 to 20 years. And we all know that social media has been used for a while. I think that I do not have to introduce myself that much, as long as you already introduced myself. However, I have a quick slide. I'm Professor for Science and Technology for Peace and Security at Technical University of Darmstadt, and my aim is to combine computer science with peace and security research. And as mentioned, I have a PhD in information systems and another in the politics of safety and security. Keith Bersma has been my co-supervisor. And currently I'm a professor for Science and Technology for Peace and Security and dean at the Department of Computer Science in Darmstadt. And our research is on the intersection of different disciplines, which is true, I think, for many crisis informatics researchers. We frame it in the way that we work on the intersection of political science, public administration, peace and conflict studies here in blue, cybersecurity and privacy, and then human-computer interaction. And today I'm going to talk about the green bubble, crisis informatics, which is, from my perspective, the combination of aspects of human-computer interaction as well as public administration. But of course, you can also frame it in a different way, as long as many disciplines are involved, such as machine learning and others. However, that's the framing we choose. You all know that social media has been used in everyday life and work for quite a while. And out of 8 billion people on Earth, more than 5 billion are using the internet, and more than 4.5 are social media users. And they use it mostly mobile. However, social media is not just used in daily life, it's also used during crises, during emergencies, disasters, and such. And around 15 to 20 years ago already, the term crisis informatics emerged as a multidisciplinary field combining computing and social science knowledge of disasters. And from the technical perspective, one might say that disciplines like computer science, information systems, or human-computer interaction are important disciplines. However, the appropriate use of social media in such context is not just a technical question. So from the social science perspective, disciplines like psychology, political science, or public administration are important disciplines. The latter dealing with the actual implementation of government policy for public services such as emergency services. And only if the two things come together, success can take place from our perspective. And if we look at previous research, we see that there's quite a lot. And one possibility to frame it or to look at it is to look at different use patterns, and such as A to C, so agencies to citizens, crisis communication and the dissemination of warnings or instructions to the population. Or C to A, the analysis and integration of citizen-generated content. Or C to C, so the self-organization of people or volunteers who are affected in the crisis. However, there are also some biases in research. So not everything has been researched enough. If I would have to summarize this, I'd say that many studies focus either on citizens or on authorities, and an integrated perspective is sometimes lacking. Also, many studies have been emerged, but not all are dealing with representative samples, or some are also not independent from one individual crisis, and conclusions independent from the type of crisis are lacking. We also see that many studies are focusing on Twitter, now called X, and data of European origin is also not that common, so some studies have a bias towards US-based studies. If we look at it, my aim also during my last research was to integrate both perspectives, to provide representative studies being independent from one crisis, to not just focus on Twitter, and to use data from European origin. And much of it is also true from the research based or originated from links. If we look at types of research, I just talked about use patterns as one possibility to structure it. Another possibility is to look at different types of research. So we find a lot of empirical research, which it's enhanced by collection and processing of social media data as another type, system design, building and evaluation, and cumulative and longitudinal research. So if you look at the first type of research, empirical research, we find that the focus has been to observe or to enumerate how social media is used in different scenarios, and most studies of this type collect social media data sets and analyze it, and below you can find some examples how this has been done. Then another important research area is the collection and processing of social media data. And this is then a type of research where researchers from machine learning and data science have a larger role. And the focus is here to collect, to store, to make sense of the large amounts of social media data that people generate. However, there are also some challenges which also we face in different research projects, so that it is not always easy to get all the data in order to analyze it. And social media providers sometimes make it harder for us researchers to receive the data. A third type of research is system design, building and evaluation. So researchers create systems that help first responders, that help emergency services or citizens to deal with a large amount of data. And this is a discipline where researchers of human-computer interaction or public administration then come together in order to see if it's possible to present the data in a way that it really helps emergency services. A fourth type of research is then cumulative and longitudinal research. So to summarize or synthesize existing research. And on the right side, you see an initiative started by Nisha Palin during Corona to build a knowledge base of crisis informatics, human-centered research on technology and crisis, but also some papers to summarize the state of the art have been published during the last years. So different possibilities to summarize the research during the last years. One, to distinguish between different types of research, and the second, which I presented actually in the first place here, to distinguish between different use cases. As already mentioned, I myself and my team, we have also been conducting different studies. And first, I studied emergency services attitudes with 2 surveys and around 1,200 participants, focusing on Europe, so also based or originated in a European project, Emergent. Some of you may know it. And I first found that emergency services positive attitudes towards social media and sharing how to avoid emergencies and how to behave are most important current and future use cases compared to receive information and to really do two-way communication. However, this was just self-reported. We also found that enabling factors such as staff skills and a positive or original organizational culture are more important compared to funding and equipment, which was also quite interesting for us. However, I already mentioned this was self-reported by the emergency services. We asked, and therefore we then were interested in the real driving factors. So why is this the case? And based on factor analysis, we concluded or we conducted structural equation modeling, finding out that private experiences tend to have the most positive influence on all other factors. So private experiences really matter for social media being used in emergency services. So to summarize the emergency service perspective based on our studies, emergency services have the opinion that social media is of increasing importance for emergency services, especially for preventive and situational communication. We also found that more experienced staff believe more strongly in the usefulness and the private use of social media is a real driving force. To present this in a nutshell. Then, a second step is, of course, to look at what citizens do and what is their perception. And as a second step, we conducted studies with citizens to find synergies, but also find possible unrealized expectations, because expectations of citizens might not always match what emergency services do. And therefore, we conducted studies in the Netherlands, in Germany, in the United Kingdom, in Italy, with more than 7,000 participants. And if we look at the countries, some are combined in our studies, which are also countries of links partners. We found, that's the first finding, that social media is used for searching and for sharing information, but that there are also high expectations towards emergency services to monitor social media or to respond within 1 hour, as an example. I also found that there are barriers such as false rumors or unreliable information, data privacy issues, or technical problems. And interestingly, these differ among surveyed countries. And therefore, use then risk cultures as a possible theoretical framing. And in state-oriented risk culture, the trust in the state is high, and the state is seen as being responsible to protect. In individual-oriented risk cultures, people strongly rely on themselves and their prevention. And in fatalistic risk cultures, authorities are more or less mistrusted, and neither the state nor the citizens themselves are seen to be responsible. And we then matched our closed and open-ended data with this framework and confirmed Germany to be state-oriented with much trust in the state and demands towards the state, the Netherlands to be individual-oriented, so high values for own prevention of citizens, and we also found individual tendencies in Italy and fatalistic ones in the United Kingdom. However, this data is based before Corona, and during Corona crisis, of course, much might have changed in all these countries. So if we now compare citizens' perception with emergency services views, it turns out that emergency services see most values in authorities to citizen communication, while citizens express high expectations in citizen to authorities communication, which basically sets different priorities, precisely those which have the best cost-benefit ratio of the respective group. But of course, technology can help to shift the ratio and to ease situational assessment or self-organization. And this is also a good reason why all the research of links has been conducted. But based on the aforementioned studies, we also implemented and designed concepts during the last years. And one important use case, of course, is the support of emergency services, situational awareness. And we know that the amount of data extends the possibilities for manual assessment, and our prototype social QAS, so social quality assessment services, aims to facilitate assessment of social media content, which is gathered across different types of social media, enhanced and analyzed using tailorable weighting of information quality criteria. And our information showed that emergency service accept this automation. However, the possibility to control and to influence the type of assessment is valued very high. Another important use case from our perspective is the support of volunteers, self-organizations. And challenges include that messages are lost or that communication is redundant and inconsistent, and there are different discussions on the same topic across different social media. And our prototype CrossHelp, the cross social media application for volunteers, supports the volunteer group moderators in functionality for assessing and distributing information. And according to what we found in our evaluation, cross-platform dashboards, search and filtering ease the work of volunteers and may also then reduce a bit the chaos, which is of course happening during crisis. Based on all the findings, I will conclude my note with some policy recommendations. So one important aspect I would always recommend is that different perspectives are important. So research should consider both authorities and citizens' perspective. According to social technical theory, as the most important theory in public administration and IT, the governing process is not just based on legal authority, but depends on all stakeholders' participation and their attitudes. And we found that, for instance, authorities' private use of social media is the most important driving force to shape the opinion for organizational use. So including these perspectives is really important in order to really make impact. A second recommendation is that benefits and costs are of course important. So it's important to evaluate possible benefits, costs, and also risks for different stakeholders who are involved. Benefits include foreseeable effects, so reasons why the technology is implemented, but also more difficult to predict non-foreseeable effects. And you know that time is short during crisis, so to focus just on the possible use cases of social media where the benefits exceeds the cost is then important. This is also the third point, so social media policies should only focus on cases where the positive effects clearly outweigh the negative ones, as long as there's always enough to do, so focus on the things that matter the most. My fourth recommendation and observation is that use patterns really matter. So it's important to be very aware that both functionalities and usage differ amongst different social media platforms also during time, and using social media without any rudimentary form of two-way communication is not expected by citizens and will therefore probably not being accepted. So social media is different than traditional media, and it should also be used like that. My fifth policy recommendation is on target groups. So social media policies for emergency services should focus on persons that are already using social media, which refers back to my first point. So not many people will start using social media during a crisis or emergencies. Also, crisis managers are likely to use the same technologies they are familiar with on a day-to-day basis, and will this then again use during crisis. A sixth recommendation is that cultural differences really matter. So policies and concepts should be aware of different risk cultures. So the adaptation to other countries, so something that works in the Netherlands or something that works in the UK, do not necessarily work in Germany or Italy as an example. So there might be adjustments needed. Although within a country, demographic or regional differences are important to consider. So being flexible is a core recommendation. A last recommendation is that the implementation of technical applications to ease the processing of social media, but also to consider that automation can help. However, emergency services always need reasons to decide and not just recommendations to implement decisions. So help them that their decisions are really based on data and show them why this is the case. With this, I want to close my note and would like to thank you for the invitation to introduce the world of social media in crisis management, also called crisis informatics, during the last 10 to 20 years, at least some observations from my perspective. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Christian, for your flexibility and for the excellent presentation. Certainly themes that resonate with our work in the project. Since we have a few minutes, do you mind staying on for a couple questions if there are any from the audience?
Yes, of course.
We have a few minutes since we lost our other keynote. So if anyone has a burning question for Christian or something they'd like to ask, we could get a microphone to you. Camila, 1 second. Robert, can you help me maybe answer?
I'm just gonna
Yes, hello Christian, my name is Camila, I work with the Links project. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is more about the policy recommendations that you put at the end of the presentation, of your presentation. Yeah, thank you. The point number 5 about the target groups. You say that we should focus more on people that are already using social media. Is it that a barrier, a limit itself? Should we not enhance more activities, social educational activities that should educate people on how to use social media, so to have more people that are educated about how to use them? I ask this because, as I can see, you have point number 5, target groups, and point number 6, cultural differences. Of course, this question comes from me because we are, with my university, we work on accessibility about social media, accessibility of social media, accessibility of information. That said, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So my first observation is, I think that social media is important. However, it's not important for everyone. And if we also look on recommendation how to warn the population, we see that some say that a mix of different media is most successful. So some always have the TV on, some use radio, others use social media, many have smartphones, but there will never be one single possibility and one single media where everyone has access to in the same way. Therefore, I think it's most important to focus on people which are anyway on social media. However, if we see that social media has advantages like the possibility for two-way communication, which of course TV doesn't provide, then it's valuable to enhance the number of people. But I would not say that social media necessarily do have to reach all people which are not using social media but looking on the television. in order to also to address the time constraints during crisis. And we always have the thing that we can just focus on some things which are important but cannot assess everything. So not focusing on the long tail but on the main target group is, from my perspective, most effective. However, the things that you presented are also totally true.
Thanks, Christian. Someone else?
Buongiorno, Ulrich Cimolino from Düsseldorf Fire Department. I'm the head of the flooding expert group 2021 for the VFDB. You mentioned the X-Help program, which was a program, I think, from 2015 to get more help for the volunteers in using social media contents. But I can't find anything about an actual software using this. Is it a program or is it a use case, or what is it?
Actually, it's a use case, and it has not been further developed for actual practical use. We tried to design possible solutions to support volunteer moderators. I think during the European flood, then we observed that citizens played a major role. For instance, in Passau in Germany, the student council organized crisis management in social media, and we talked to them to find out what are current challenges of them, and we tried to provide a prototype that supports them. So it had been available. With the current version of Facebook, it's no longer working, and it was more focused on the recommendations we built on that. Though it's true that you can't find a running prototype online currently.
Then let me suggest it's a very important project to reactivate it. We have seen it 2021 in the floodings in Ahrweiler, in the Ahr Valley in Germany, with nearly 90 dead persons because of the speed of the flood and of the non-warnings and all these other stuff. And in the following days and weeks, the organizing of help from private people. It's a very important project. Please reactivate it.
Okay, thanks for the recommendation. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, if not, then I say one more round of applause for Christian. Thank you, Christian. And
thanks a lot.
And we appreciate you being with us. You're very welcome to stay online if you'd like, and we'll continue. I think what we're going to do, because we lost a few minutes there, and because we just had a break and a Italian start to the program today, maybe we're going to move into the first panel, and then we'll take a break just after that. So Case is going to moderate. The first panel is on integrating social media crowdsourcing into risk and crisis communication, so very much along the same lines of what we've just been discussing. But I'll let Case introduce the panelists and say a little bit about the panel. So yeah, Case, you're welcome to come up and take over.
All right. Yeah, so there is a lot of knowledge out there, actually, about social media and crowdsourcing. There is a lot on paper. And what we learned, also from Christian, but also throughout the project, that sometimes it's really learning by doing, because hey, it's all there in the book, but are there actual practices to be found in crisis and risk organizations? Do the citizens have certain routines, how to use social media at times of crisis? And is there an interaction between formal authorities and citizens? So they are all questions that we addressed in links. And as you can hear also from listening to Christian, hey, we know quite a bit, but how to turn that in actual practices, and what are the constraints that we can see in practice? What are the barriers to overcome? And maybe we think we know, but do we really when it comes to social media and crowdsourcing? So those are the sort of burning questions. And yes, we gain a lot of knowledge within links, but there is also a lot of expertise in our wider network that we would like to plug in and learn from. So actually the day is organized around, and also tomorrow, around certain panels in which we invite our expert friends to share their knowledge with us and together learn more about social media and crowdsourcing in the different phases of crisis and risk, actually. So the start off is with a panel with 3 experts, all in their own professional, all with their professional background, really on crisis and risk communication. So the focus in the coming hour or so is on communication. So we have 3 experts. You can actually see the names over there, and I'm only the chair of the panel. So we have Maria Richards Scoop from Copenhagen, from the fire department. So really talking from actual practices, what you can or cannot do with social media when it comes to crisis and risk communication. We have Maaike Volma from the Fraunhofer Institute, and she is also a member, a partner from our sister project, RiskPack, also with an expertise on communication. And then we have Elena Rhapsody, so here in front, who is self-employed and also content provider with years of expertise on crisis and risk communication. So I would like to invite you all to come to the stage. And then how we actually set it up. The panel is, we send all of the 3 experts a series of questions that they can reflect upon, and they have each, I don't know, 10 or so minutes to have their talk, be it with a PowerPoint presentation or just speaking on behalf of their, based on their expertise and their knowledge. And then after that, we open the floor for general discussion and see if we can come on the same page or not, because then there will be diversity of opinions, which then is also okay. Huh? So yeah, maybe we can start with Maaike, also to share your understanding that you gained from the sister project. I think you have a presentation, or yeah. And that is better because then you can use the mic. Nathan promised to keep an eye on the time because I don't have a watch, but and then so you have about 10 minutes or so.
Thank you very much. So yeah, thank you for this introduction. So yes, I'm the coordinator of the RiskPack project, which is a sister project of Links. We just have started a bit later than Links, and we still have a bit more than, actually a bit less than 1 year to go. We have 6 case studies, 5 local ones and 1 global one. So just as a very quick introduction on what RiskPack is about, or the main objectives. Actually, the main thing we are looking at in addressing is the risk perception action gap, which mainly refers to a mismatch between risk perceptions and the actual the succeeding action, and also a mismatch between different risk perceptions, so especially between civil protection authorities and citizens. Then a second main objective is to facilitate interaction between these 2 groups, the citizens and the civil protection authorities, to develop procedural as well as technical solutions to address the risk perception action gap, and in the end to provide the so-called RiskPack, which is a combination of all the results that we are producing in RiskPack, which will then be presented via an online platform and also in a physical version. So in the very beginning of the project, we collected more specific gaps that all fall under the risk perception action gap. And I selected here those related to risk communication, because that's the topic of the panel. Just to give a very quick, short introduction. So one thing that was observed is a contested terminology, which remains a problem. So resilience here, for example, is a good example, because if you want to have mutual understanding, you should have the same understanding of specific terms. Then, in general, a misalignment in expectations that civil protection authorities have towards citizens and the other way around. So civil protection authorities often expect from the citizens to do more on their own and do preparation actions on their own, while citizens expect more from the civil protection authorities to support them. Then a lack of existing communication channels between civil protection authorities and community groups. So partly there are already some there, but there's the room for improvement. Then trust is a big issue. So in our case studies, there were different levels of trust that could be observed, but a very crucial thing. Then amplification of risk mainly refers to the role of media, because they have the potential to amplify risk or also to downplay risk, which then can have strong effects on risk awareness and also the respective actions that are taken. Then in general, a need for better information for the civil society, and also the challenge of digital divide and a lack of inclusiveness has been observed. So yeah, things we are trying to address in RISPEC. And as a general conclusion, so a mutual understanding between civil protection authorities and citizens is crucial for effective risk communication, if you're using social media or not. And yeah, many of the disaster resilience activities that are already undertaken by civil protection authorities focus on risk communication, at least in our case studies. But still, using social media is seen as an option for improvement, so they partly already used it somehow, but yeah, would like to improve that. And yeah, this is also related to the challenges of the digital divide and the need to consider vulnerable groups. So yeah, in general, we are trying to address two-way communication and apply a co-creation approach. So the co-creation approach mainly targeting to bring all the relevant stakeholders together and to jointly identify needs and to jointly develop solutions. And so in that term, we created some so-called co-creation labs, which have already been implemented in the form of workshops in the case studies. And there are different methodologies that can be applied that need to be then tailored to the specific context and the specific location, etc. And I just would like to mention, because that's the topic of the panel, the risk communication activity that has been applied. So in general, what's the aim of that activity? So conducted within these co-creation workshops together with civil protection authorities and citizens. The aim is to address a specific need by civil protection authorities to communicate particular risks that they see, especially to open up a structured space for dialogue between these groups, and to identify the best forms of risk communications. And in general, the aim is to follow the co-design and build relationships of trust. And that was, why is it not working anymore? No, okay. And so the participants in the workshops have been asked to discuss specific questions to figure these things out. So for example, these are just examples. So there was a specific risk communication given that is typical for the specific case study. And then it was discussed how well the participants understood the communication. They were asked how worried they felt after seeing or hearing this communication, and what actions they would take. And if time allowed, there was also a second step that all the participants together developed an own type of risk communication. And sorry, that's already the end. So that was mainly the methodology, and that's also the aim of RISPEC, not definitely to say what's right or wrong, but to support communities, regions in better collaborating and to jointly identify the best way to go. Thank you.
Just briefly before we move on, so it's really interesting to use the co-creation approach and the methods that you described. I don't know if you can already, but do you have concrete examples about what is at stake during co-creation session? Is that a case? Is that a certain hazard? So what is actually the content that you are discussing in the co-creation sessions?
In the co-creation sessions, well, there are there have been different steps. So actually, a series of workshops have been conducted. So there was a first lab phase in rather the beginning of the project, and then a second phase beginning of this year. And in this first phase, it was the goal, or the main goal was to identify the needs. And then in the second round, it was mainly the goal to really jointly develop solutions. And so we have both procedural, conceptual solutions, such as the really how to set up this co-creation, and we also have the technical tools. And so it was elaborated what would they need from these technical tools. And then some prototypes have been developed and then discussed again together to see what are the needs and how to jointly develop these solutions. Does this answer the question?
So then developing them what? Is it risk and crisis communication? So is it risk and, yeah, so there's a sign that I have to use the mic. So risk and crisis communication about a certain hazard type, or do you talk about these issues more in general terms?
Yeah, it's also an all hazard approach, so in general terms, but yeah, more specifically, we have in technical terms, we have actually five technical tools that are being developed, and at least two of them are really strongly related to social media. And so, yeah, the goal is to really develop, amongst others, technical solutions that can really be applied. But of course also the concept that should be, and the methodologies that can be transferred then to other cities and municipalities.
Okay, so what we do is we now have the next speaker, and then we have a joint discussion. And so actually, Maria, I'm also curious to learn what we can all do with this in actual practices, right? And since you have the fire service, but you can explain that in more detail to us, what you're actually doing. We are talking about co-creation, so citizens, researchers, professionals working together to find joint solutions. And can you enlighten us about the actual practices?
Yeah, I can try at least. Yeah, so I'm going to be sharing some of our experiences and learning on communication dynamics in engaging with citizens, but also with new tech methods. And I'm going to be talking from the Danish case perspective. And as mentioned, my name is Maria and I work at the Greater Copenhagen Fire Department. But this has been a joint venture that I only joined recently. So we also have University College Copenhagen, the University of Copenhagen, and Frederiksberg Municipality, and the rest of the links team to refer to. Yes. But let's jump into it. So the case takes place at Frederiksberg Municipality, which is located within the capital of Denmark. And the case scenario was supposed to be, or is, cloudburst and flooding, which means that we were waiting for something like this picture or video, which is actually taken by a citizen at Frederiksberg in 2011, where there was a huge cloudburst, turning streets into riversides and all the challenges that this brings. Another reason I show this to you is because it's actually some event the citizens in the survey and focus groups during the Links project is still referring to as a reference. So even what now 12 years after, it's still made an impact enough to be a main reference. And I think this is the first a point that it do make an impression, these types of hazards. And if we look at the numbers, we see that 38% have actually experienced flooding of their houses, while only 15% are worried about their houses getting flooded. So there's definitely a discrepancy between those numbers. Another number we should be aware of is that 55% believe that they themselves have the responsibility to prevent flooding of their houses, while 46% believe that they have no influence. So this tells us that risk awareness and perhaps experience does not necessarily equal risk preparedness. And I think that's a great thing to keep in mind, and when we are talking about the effect of these measures of using different risk communication. We also see at the right side of the screen that 55% claim they use social media to look for news. So this, of course, also is important to keep in mind when we are talking about how to use social media, because we are missing some people, right? But we didn't get any cloudburst. So we had a setup on social media, waiting with a program, analyzing based on manually chosen words related to cloudburst. Instead, we actually had a drought. So quite the opposite. And this is an important note, not just to know how the technical tools are specifically designed, because this actually meant that we didn't get any hits. So we didn't get any results in practice, although we had the technical skills set up. We also see this huge bonfire. And this is a main event in Denmark during summertime, where people gathered around and joined singing and yeah, barbecuing. A really nice event. So this is, of course, something that people start to care about, whether or not to have a big bonfire during a drought. And I think this raises the questions on risk perception, and perhaps with traditional events as an example, because if we look at the timeline, we see on the left, even though it's in Danish, that it actually was a citizen who was the first public on social media to address the issue of whether or not this could take place. So there was a risk awareness and perhaps a need to know whether they were going to have this event or not. And if we look at the dates, we see that 2 weeks after the first social media posts from local news are posted with related topic. But we have to wait 3 weeks before my organization actually addresses the issue on social media. So I think this raises some of the questions with local differences, because in some parts of the countries there was legal bans at this time on both how to use or not use water. It was also legal bans on whether or not to have fires, but at Frederiksberg it was still allowed. So it addresses the issue of local differences and the need for targeted communication in those types of situations. It also raises the questions of who should be agenda setting and who should be guiding the citizens, and where should we guide them, because in this case it actually shows that citizens start to guide each other, and they are using the material that they could find. So they are using articles made 2 years ago in a different context, and if they don't get any information, they're probably going to use what they can find. To address those types of questions, we find that one of the linked products, the resilience wheel, is actually a great tool to start those kind of like strategic discussions on what should be our path, what should be our strategy, because resources is of course one issue, but there's also what should be the effect and yeah, what would we like the situation to look like. The last part I think is maybe a sum up of the rest of it as well, but reality is not one hazard. Reality is multi-hazards, and we have to be prepared for a lot of different scenarios. And this also means in technical terms and word searching if we're using it. It also means that we are looking into competing concerns and also perhaps new dynamics between professional actors, NGOs, and citizens. We find that Links as a project has definitely made some of these stepping stones that we can use for the further facilitation of our journey towards something. And we can definitely use some of the tools, but we need practical facilitation and strategic facilitation in order to find the path, and perhaps in every different organization. So your organization might choose a different path than my organization, right? So the key points are risk awareness does not necessarily mean risk preparedness, and reality is dynamic, so those integration processes must reflect that. It's also that new tech is an add-on, and both traditional communication and human skills are still needed. We also see that facilitation and ensuring ownership and prioritizing is definitely necessary. And Links, the project, has formed some of these stepping stones, but now we as practitioners and path researchers as well need to form our different paths. Yes, thank you.
So let me see, let me see if I can use this mic. That's maybe better. So many takeaways, so thank you. Just one, I would like you to elaborate on one thing. So with Christian, we already had a discussion about different cultures, right? So disaster culture or crisis cultures in relation also to the targeted audience. So we had a discussion with him. What I take from you, what I learned from you, that you have to even zoom in at a very local level, because you might find rather different groups in different municipalities. So the Danish culture, whatever that may be, having that in the back of your mind may be not enough. In particular when it comes to the targeted audience. And for you to know, in Links we paid a lot of attention also to vulnerable groups in particular. So my question then is, now knowing all this, do you indeed adjust your communication strategy vis-a-vis those local groups and local needs? So do you have experience with that already?
We do have previous experience with addressing, and also we also have a function where we support the municipalities during their crisis. So definitely during Corona times and the huge information which needed to be to reach the different types of and groups of citizens, it's a case where language and means of communication was something we did in reality. To answer your questions on the strategy, I think we are still learning as well, and we are currently set up for a workshop where we are trying to gather our internally different people who work with communication. Because I think on the project we talked a lot about different organizations, but within the organizations we also have different people working on different types of communication. So we have both operational management, which is one type. We also have perhaps more like public affairs kind of communication. So to gather those and make those perhaps start at least discussing a more formalized strategy is something we're working on.
All right, thanks. More discussions after the third speaker, Elena. So before you think that we sort of promise a rose garden when it comes to social media and crowdsourcing, we also invited Elena in particular to have a critical view. So in Links, we didn't necessarily do a content analysis when it comes to the content of social media and translate that into actionable knowledge. But at the same time, we touched upon barriers like fake news or rumors on social media. You will learn more about these kind of topics later today. So we have also an expert in the audience, Harit Alani, who will talk about these things. Welcome. About misinformation and how can you or cannot deal with that issue. But Elena, you promised us to give a more critical perspective. We are all critical scholars, of course, but we invited you in particular to have that critical view and to say, hey, this is all nice, but...
Okay, I will try to be critical. Anyway, I can play the role in this session of the informed citizen. And I will tell you why. In 2012, I gave up using social media. And why? Because I was during the Emilia-Romagna earthquake, I realized that the noise in this communication process through social media was too much. And it was very difficult to manage what was going on. Since then, I was enthusiastic about web, social media, and as an Italian journalist said a few days ago, Twitter was a weapon of mass construction. You had the feeling that the right tweet with the right hashtag could change not everything, but to contribute to save life or to give the right information. And this is my crucial point. I've been volunteering during the Abruzzo earthquake, so I was there in the field. And I realized that people were seeking information. They were thirsty of information. So my point till 2012 was to contribute, finding a way to use a common hashtag, to use social media as a leverage to spread information. After a few years, we realized that the web, social media environment was not only that. There are tons of literature about Morozov, Byung-Chul Han, people criticizing or having a critical approach to what web society and how web is changing our society. We started to have some signals of crisis of institution, and we could experiment during COVID how the spread of misinformation was a risk, because in some ways our information is still at risk. Think about generative AI. I don't know if anybody of you used DALL-E or Midjourney or Adobe. You can produce realistic images and you can spread them on the web. So my idea is that we don't have to say, oh no, I don't want to use it as I did, sorry. But we have to be aware about the risk, because there are several risks. First risk is misinformation, but we are accustomed to misinformation. If you think about the 16th century, with the printing press, we had misinformation through the printing press. We have witnessed about Voltaire talking about the earthquake in Lisbon. We have Jonathan Swift, and we have Edgar Allan Poe that created misinformation to experiment something. So we are accustomed, so we are vaccinated, we have been inoculated with, and we can cope with the misinformation, but we must be aware. Second, social media, they have a focus. They are privately owned and they are business oriented. Sorry to say that, but it's the truth. Since Elon Musk bought Twitter, now X, I still call it Twitter, sorry, but the things changed because the moderating team that was trying to moderate illegal content or fake content was dismantled. Second, now to have the blue check, you pay $8, you have the blue check. Third, if you want to make research, the API, you pay the API. So, social media can be a good thing, but at the same time, we should be aware that it's not owned by the sender, in this case, institution. Okay. So, another point that I would like to underline, I had a beautiful presentation, but we have technical problems, so we'll have it after. A very crucial point for me is discoverability of verified information. And I share with you an experience. 1 year ago, I moved to a town that is in a flood-prone area. When I was looking for my apartment, I said, I want to know exactly where are the areas, so I can choose to have the apartment not in the flood-prone areas. It took me 15 minutes to discover the right WebGIS, where I can type the address and find if the address was in the flood-prone areas. This is discoverability. The WebGIS was perfect, marvelous, but why it was not indexed? So my question is, institutional and verified information, to what extent they are discoverable? To what extent we use searchability and findability technique in order to spread the information? Because even if we use social media, we can put a link in the social media and drive people to our website where we are the owner and we can manage our information. So this is a question. So in this framework, in these days, I thought about there could be an indicator. There could be, maybe as we focus on physical vulnerability, social, cultural, economic vulnerability, maybe we should focus on digital vulnerability. So assessing the access to digital media, to the web, and we can do it. Assess the digital literacy of the community, because I do agree with the fact that a disaster event is local driven, even information is local. The other ones are assisting at a show. Sorry to be so cynical. So digital vulnerability can be also assess and evaluate information literacy beside digital literacy. In this way, and which are the regulations that can help us to prevent misinformation or the rights of people that are on the internet. So thinking about If you look through Google Trend, that is a tool to understand how the frequency of web search, and you look for the term, for instance, terremoto in Italian, you will see there are peaks. 2009, 2012, 2019. So it means that people search for information, but if they do not discover the right information, because there are filtered bubbles, echo chambers, there is everything on the web. So if they do not find the right information at the right time, maybe they will choose another supplier of information that can be whatsoever. So in my idea that communication in this field should have an integrated approach, as I saw with the Links project, with the social science, humanity, technosciences, and this must not be a one-shot event. It should be a pattern to be repeated over and over and over. Second, we should consider ethics. We should consider web competencies, because our information is not sufficient to publish an article or have a website to be discoverable. There are techniques. Business, do it every day. That's why we buy things on the internet and we choose our products and monitor. The last thing is to monitor using metrics, analytics, everything, survey, talking to people, understanding what user, like me, because I'm considering as an ending user, or my mother, she's 88. She doesn't want internet. She has just a mobile phone with no internet. So if our goal is to reach 100% of the population, we should consider everything. So social science, as you did in your research, but it's not, and we should monitor, we should have, not once, monitoring should be one of the practice to understand if our information is discoverable, change some attitude or behavior, that if it is understood and if it is well explained and allow people to take the famous informed decision. So this is my, maybe thought-provoking, but this is drawn from my experience, and I'm talking really like a citizen. Please go further with your project.
Thank you. Just a brief question. So digital vulnerability, that's really an interesting concept that we can build upon. And you are a citizen looking at the social media. At the same time, at least on LinkedIn, you promised you're also a content creator.
Yes, I do.
so can you tell us a little bit then about your own strategy, and did it change over time maybe? How you then also create your own content when it comes to these kind of issues about risk, about the unknown at times of uncertainty. So what is the right and wrong information? These kind of broad question, but since you are also a content creator, I'm curious about your own.
So in the last 4 years, I've been dealing with climate change content. It is another huge challenge. So in my idea is that I cannot be a one-woman band creator. I need to talk to scientists, I need to talk to physicists, I need to talk to users. So when I have a clear idea, the co-design can be also done not only with citizens, but with experts. And sometimes you hire a graphic designer, a visual designer, but he doesn't talk to physics. It doesn't, I mean, I've been studying as a PhD student how to deliver geosciences content to inform population about the risk. And I didn't find the right solution. I thought that having a good website with explained content, with example, with terminology, because we also need to understand why I use the term risk and or hazard. In Italian, I don't know in other language, pericolo e rischio are used in the common language as a synonym. But behind hazard, behind risk, there is a formula, there are studies. So when, you know, avoiding the jargon, so when I try to create content, it means that I encourage to have a vocabulary that is in the web. You can automatically have the definition, to have right images, not AI generated, but but taken from the reality. There are some interesting initiative with archive of images that can be used for free and are related to risk. So my idea is that it's a teamwork. It's an entangled world we have to care of. So if we produce content, we should discuss and work together. The most difficult thing, because it takes time, it takes money, but it's the only solution we have. Collaboration. I still believe that the best thing of Web 2.0, as we were calling it 10 years ago, was collaboration and sharing. And I think that in the research and in a practical, because now I'm a freelance, and when I talk to people, I want to understand what do you want, what's your goal, how we can do it, but together. It's not one-woman band job.
All right. Thank you so much. Always good to be aware of your own biases. So, and there are multiple, there are many. So I was asking Mike multiple times, hey, what's your hazard that you are studying this and that? But now I know that it is quite difficult to translate in Italian, so sorry for that.
No, it's not, there are words.
There are words for that, but then
in the common language, normally they use
you don't separate the two.
Hazard and risk as a synonym.
As the same, yeah, right. So thank you for pointing that out. I will now open the floor for questions, reflections maybe, and then it's up to the panel. So it's up to you to address a question to either of the experts on the. But maybe you can also have a general question. I don't know. Maybe Robert, you can handle the mic. Questions, remarks, suggestions? Over there, yeah. And most of you are well known, but maybe you can introduce briefly yourself for our colleagues.
Good morning, it's Stephen Hines from London. Amongst presentations we heard that, of course, Twitter becoming commercial and reality changing. Now looking at the two together, if we're putting out a message where the content of that message may need to change, would we recommend now deleting the original tweet, editing it, or replying to it, thinking that each of the three would then hit a different audience?
Can you briefly repeat it? Because it was a bit difficult to understand from this.
If you put a message out on social media, you can get a very large audience. But if that message has to change, would you recommend that we edit the original message, reply to it, or delete it and start again? Because all three approaches will get different audiences.
Did you understand? So messages, they need to change over time, right? Due maybe to the unfolding crisis, or maybe other groups are affected. So then your question is, do you need to edit the original text, or should you build a new message, right? So that's about, let's say, the evolution of your own communication strategy vis-a-vis the changing environments.
I mean, I'm not a social media manager. I'm not so knowledge about how to manage social media. So my question would be just logical. If you have a social media stream and you have to change your message, you update your message. If you got wrong, you say you got wrong. But I didn't get the answer perfectly, so I'm sorry. In any case, what I was saying before is we cannot rely only on social media. So if we launch a message on social media and we have not another place where, because I can miss the message, I can maybe someone reply to the message, but if I miss something, I must have always a place where to go to understand what is going on apart from social media. But I'm sorry, but I didn't get completely the question.
Maria, do you have a take on that?
I don't believe I'm the right person to answer the question, but I do think if we look at how practice is now, it is probably, if it's a misinformation kind of change, then you can change it within, or we change it within with a comment. And I think that's also our local media's practice at the moment. But if we are in a new phase of COVID, for example, then you still keep the previous information available, but you start with an intense awareness campaign with your new goal. That's at least how practice have been. Whether that is the right take, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer.
Right, but it's a very relevant question though, right? So the evolving situation and then the communication about it. Nathan, you had a question, and then Harit, but Nathan? Oh, Harit, yeah, oh, Robert is standing over there, yeah.
Hi, I'm Harit Halani from the UK, Open University. Thank you for the talks. One of the issues we find when we collect and process information from social media is that most people seem to have a growing issue with trust. You know, who do they trust when you have whatever the crisis is, whether it's, you know, could be just an event like democratic elections or COVID or an earthquake. And so it seems to be the case that it's no longer about providing the right information. It's about making them trust and believe in that information and the authoritative sources behind it. I don't know if you have some thoughts about what is it that we can do to improve that.
One thing I will add that your point is crucial, because when you have a crisis of trust in institution, it means that something is not going well in your society, and we can perceive it. At the same time, we always think that the deficit model can govern our communication, but it's not giving people data, that people are more aware of any issue. It's building trust, giving information as they request. I mean, it's a cultural problem. It's not technical. It's not data. It's just looking at what is going on in the society. So, deficit model is not the solution. The next solution I think is building trust. And building trust, it's a paramount.
Thanks. Yeah, I can only agree. This is also a thing we stumbled over several times in RISPEC. So for example, in this risk communication activity that I showed earlier, where in these co-creation workshops, people were shown a specific risk communication message and asked what do they do with it, how are their reactions, etc. That was one main issue that came out, that it depends on where who is the sender of the communication, and building this trust is crucial, but it's definitely challenging. At least, from the project perspective, this is one thing. When conducting these workshops with all the relevant stakeholders, then one goal is, of course, to jointly identify the needs and jointly develop solutions. But it's also to bring these groups together, which can create trust. So because then people get to know each other, talk to each other, etc. So this is one approach.
Yeah, I think it's already been said about the framework that we work under, the society that we have built previously to the event or the hazard, and I think Anne, who's in the audience also, would argue that we build on top of what we are already how we are living our everyday life. So in Denmark, we generally are privileged by a high level of trust, both in authorities and in the information we provide. But I think this is also linked to the social contract in the way the Danish welfare system is created, where we are daily dependent on the interaction in different ways with authorities, because we meet them in the municipality, we meet them with our everyday business. So I think this is the high level of trust is both important, but I think and maybe Lena at Frederiksberg can nod to this, that the trust might also result in expectations, and if you have high expectations, then you also need to keep supporting with a high level of information, and also with the cloudburst and climate change project that Lena is running. There's also a dilemma. If you provide a lot of information about an issue, do citizens get the impression that everything is under control? Because if we look at the numbers, they have a high trust towards public authorities being able to handle those types of situations. So trust is definitely both a privilege, but also sometimes a dilemma. I will give just one last example from COVID as well, because I also know some of our more health-related colleagues. And I think in Denmark, you said you don't need data. I think in Denmark it was quite important to bring the data out. People actually really needed to see the graph, which were the argument for the Danish strategy on how to handle the situation and to support the decision of, for example, closing shops and make a huge shutdown on society. So I think in our case, and of course local contexts may be different, but data was quite important in that case at least.
The idea was maybe it was too strong, but not only data, because data can be interpreted. I remember with COVID, several questions arose when looking at the data, the causes, why, how will go on tomorrow, how you where you find this data, maybe. So, I mean, there should be a balance. Sometimes, really, communicating is like to be on the verge. But we should try not to rely on one thing or another, but just think always you speak to people. And this is my only suggestion I can give.
So yeah, trust definitely is an important issue, and although we didn't always make it explicit in links, we came across it many, many times. And right, in research terms, it's sometimes problematic. So do you trust people because you have been working with them before, or are you going to trust people because you start working with them? So that's always a little bit a chicken or an egg question, but what we learned from links is bringing people together, and also from RISC-PAC now, I understand, right, with co-creation sessions. I can refer to the role of the ambassadors in the Dutch case, so local citizens who are going to be the linking pin between the chemical plant in this regard and the risk and risk perception of the citizens. So these kind of things, that is something that we have also start to figure out within the Links project, but it's a field to explore more. So yeah, but a good question. Thank you, Harit. Nathan, you had a question?
Okay, thanks. So this is mostly to Mike, I think, but maybe it's to all of you somehow. But in the co-creation workshops, did you work there also on terminology? You've all mentioned terminology a little bit, one way or the other, and synchronizing terminology. It was something we came across too in Links project, like terms like vulnerability or crowdsourcing really had different meaning to different persons, practitioners, or citizens, or whatever the entity is. So I guess I'm curious what the experience has been in RISC-PAC in terms of linking terminology, and when you say you bring in different stakeholders, is it cross-sectoral? So are you bringing in, when we talk about risk, are you also bringing in health people, climate people, or is it just local authorities and citizens? Yeah, maybe you can say something to that.
A good question, actually. I'm not sure if I can completely answer this. I know that this came up as an issue, that that people have different understandings of terminologies. But yeah, what to do with it then? I mean, this working together on something can improve this. But at least beyond the project itself, we do not have any specific solution for that. So yeah, and what's actually is adding on that is the different languages. That especially because we have 5 out of 6 case studies are local ones, and so often these workshops were conducted in local language, so trying not to leave anyone behind, which actually enhances or makes it even stronger, the issue of terminology. So yeah, we can try to improve this somehow, but it will remain a challenge, I guess.
Yeah, terminology in sessions, that is also something that we came across quite a bit. So the concept of resilience, for example. But interestingly, if you use the same context, the same concept or language, even if people attach different meaning to it, it sort of forces them to start a discussion. So more than saying, hey, we need to understand exactly the same about crowdsourcing, is can it serve as a term to start to working together? So that is something that we got out of Links anyway, right? So, but it's more a reflexive approach, I guess. Anyway, so more questions or remarks? Yeah, Robert? Also from the fire service.
It's rather a reflection, you as a citizen voice, and maybe to the organization. I come from Hungary, and I work for the disaster management organization, and I'd like to share some ideas how my organization is building trust among citizens, because we have got the national organization, and we run a social media site. And my colleagues are posting stories about the inner life of the fire service, civil protection, and so on, such as weddings and savings, interesting stories about cat savings, dog savings, such thing. And I think it's a very good idea to build a community around the organization beforehand, because it means that we have this official Facebook account, because Facebook is the most popular in my country. So at the moment, 1,600,000 followers are in the system, and 1,000 more each week. And they are reading, the people, citizens, ordinary people are reading these stories, and they trust the organization. And when something big hits, then it's the official site of the organization, and citizens know that they can rely on it. It's a reliable, trustworthy site and information to inform the citizen what to do, as you mentioned. But when it comes to misinformation or disinformation, if you go up to the Links Community Center, you can find the Technologies Library, where you can find more than 50, I think, 50 technical devices which you can use for verification of sites, images coming from the internet. And if you are an active citizen, you can go up there and download these sites, and you can use it for verification. And one more thing concerning the organizational side. If you go to Links library, Links Community Center, you can find guidelines library, where you can find guidelines how to build a community around your organization, or how to build a communications team at your organization. So it's a very good study and collection of guidelines and technical devices. And when you have to inform citizen or notify or alert citizen, you can have many tools in your toolbox. And one is the social media. It's a two-way communication, but there are other tools, such as sending out a message to a geolocated area where people are living, and these people can receive these messages on their phone, or you can use the traditional media, radio, television. So don't be afraid if you're a citizen. I think that's all I wanted to share with you.
Thank you. It's a great addition.
Thank you.
And also, yeah, there is a lot to find indeed in the Links library. And being not afraid, I mean, as citizens, we have also assets, right? So in a way, citizens are quite resilient in that regard, because they have the local knowledge and understanding of the situation quite often, more than the professionals coming in from the outside. Anyway, so
I think we need to wrap it up.
Final question, Nathan?
I think that's it. I think we take a wrap. We didn't plant Zoltan in the audience to plug our products, but thanks, Zoltan, for that. That was great. No, I think that's all. Case, can we wrap it up? So thanks again to the panelists and to Case. Maybe we give them a last hand. We're going to take a 15-minute break. You can get coffee, water, walk around, get some air, and then we'll come back for the second panel. And you really improvised. Yes. Not slide, but you were on it. So.
I hope you like, my approach.
Hi, can you everybody find their seat, please? Hello, Annika. Haven't said hello yet. Haven't got to say hello yet. Good to see you. Please find your seat. We're going to get started. This one's okay, I think. Thanks. Yes. Yeah, you can just come on up. I'm going to say 2 words. Harith will join. Annika and Nadia just arrived somewhere. Where's she at? There's another chair there if you guys need it. I'll just say all right, we're going to get started. So that's the spirit. Lena, Richard, find your seats. Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to get moving so we can get on with the program. We're moving to the second panel on addressing misinformation and disinformation in crisis management. It's going to be moderated by our colleagues at Copenhagen University, Emmanuel Raju and Anne Bach-Nielsen, and they'll give it a little introduction to the speakers here. So excited for it. Let's dive in.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Good morning, everyone. And again, it's really nice to be here in Rome. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, everyone, for hosting the Final Links event today. This session is this panel is a really nice segue from where we left off some of the questions at the previous panel. Now we'll talk about addressing misinformation and disinformation in crisis management. And we have an exciting panel who will take us through different topics. But before that, we have Anne Bach-Nielsen, who's a postdoc and has been very central to the Links project, particularly looking at issues of governance in social media and crowdsourcing in disasters. And Anna will present a brief overview of what we have been looking at over the past 3 years, particularly outline the challenges that we see within this field, and then maybe turn to our panel looking for potential solutions. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, hello, nice to be here in Rome. Thank you so much, Francesco, for organizing this final event, and for Nathan for hosting today. So as Emmanuel said, I will just try to briefly contextualize some of, the panel that we're going to listen to today with kind of the Links project. So what did our findings tell us about this very difficult question of false information? And basically what we set out to do in the project, at least from our side at the University of Copenhagen, was essentially to investigate 3, very overall things. First of all, we wanted to understand how disaster management organizations were or are using social media and crowdsourcing in their disaster risk management processes. And then secondly, we wanted to understand what are the main barriers, concerns, and also potentials in integrating social media and crowdsourcing into these organizations. And then finally, we wanted to know, well, how can we then further strengthen this in the future? And essentially, I'm going to say something about number 2. So what are some of the main barriers that we have found in our empirical studies? Because one of them is really strongly linked to this question of ensuring credible information or kind of dealing with false information. We did this by looking at 4 focus areas. Based in research, we wanted to understand, okay, what are good, high-quality disaster management processes? And one of the key features is very, very understandable, ensuring credible information. So it's basically this very simple assumption that in order to create or enhance resilience, you really need high-quality, meaningful information to make good judgments on risk and also on how to respond and react and prepare, basically. Yeah, so it's just to say that credible information is really kind of a key aspect in this field, and of course that ties directly into this potential issue of misinformation and disinformation that we will talk about today. And you already saw this slide, I think previously in Nathan's presentation, and it's just what did we do? So Nathan went through the cases, but we looked at 5 different kind of hazard-specific cases in 4 different countries. And I think what's important for me to emphasize is that the results that I'm going to present or briefly talk about in a moment is not necessarily tied to one type of kind of disaster management organization. So it's not just, traditional organization working in the response phase, such as fire departments or police organizations. It's also, those organizations who work with prevention and preparedness, but also long-term recovery. So for example, municipalities dealing with climate adaptation questions, how to prepare, how to increase kind of risk perceptions, question like that. These organizations are also included in the sample. It's not just public authorities, it's also, private sector actors, NGOs, and so on. So it's really kind of a wide interpretation or a wide kind of inclusion of organizations working in this field. So what did we find? I guess not very surprising to any of you here or to any of the panelists, but that misinformation and disinformation are really key concerns. They are really, on top when we start asking people in our interviews, in our surveys, what are your concerns integrating social media and crowdsourcing in your processes, then one of the first things they highlight and one of the things they really want to speak about is false information and how that actually in many ways hinders the use of these platforms and technologies in the work. So I think that's the first point, the first takeaway, the first barrier, is that in many ways, at least in these organizations who are not used to work a lot on social media and also with crowdsourcing, is that it's a hindrance in itself to start, using these technologies and platforms to begin with, this concern of misinformation and disinformation, and also in ensuring credible information in general. I think it's also important for me to highlight, and I think the former panelists had a very similar kind of point, is that this is not only a technical question. So of course it's a question of, well, do we have the right people with the right skills to actually, with the right technologies that can help us filter, verify, and so on. But it's also a question about the organization itself and organizational structures. So in the previous panel, and also I think in Christian Reuter's talk, there was a lot of focus on these risk cultures, but there are also cultures within an organizations, and these are also paramount for understanding how social media and crowdsourcing may be integrated and may be used. Finally, and that really actually goes back to one of the final things we discussed in the forum panel about trust, it's important to understand that a really, really paramount agenda in many organizations working with communication and communication of risk is really trust building and trust building in that organization. And for many of the organizations we engage with, they don't want to risk the trust building efforts in kind of trying out or exploring the potential of using social media and crowdsourcing. And I think it's a discussion whether or not trust building can be used or you can actually build trust through these social media and through crowdsourcing. However, it's really a key concern for many of them that it becomes kind of a contrast to the trust building efforts that we see in these organizations. And on that note, I'll hand it back to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Anna. I'll invite our first speaker for today, Nadia. Nadia Komandantova is a researcher at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, and Nadia will talk about misinformation during disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear organizers, for inviting me. This is a great honor and pleasure for me to be here. I represent IIASA, which is an international research organization being supported by academies of science of various countries, and the sister project, which is called CO project. And CO project, we are currently entering into the third and final year of our research. It brings different partners together and being coordinated by the University of Salerno. And IIASA is coordinating the work package 7, which is dealing with misinformation. And I would like to highlight our focuses: misinformation, which is fake news, wrong information being placed unwillingly, so which is connected with perceptions and biases. We prefer not to go to the area of disinformation, where information is being put by purpose with the aim to create harm. And in our work package, we have various partners. So we have a number of Israeli institutes, and we also have a TH Zurich, and organizations in France, which are dealing with misinformation during the earthquakes. And I'm going to show some results which we achieved during these 2 years. And I will start with the first one, and this is actually the misinformation on COVID and also other contested issues. So we have various case studies in this project. COVID is one of them. Other case studies are earthquakes, and we have now a lot to do with the earthquake in Morocco and in Turkey, because a lot of misinformation was going on, which impacted behavior of people. But we also have such man-made disasters, such as Manchester bombing, where we are looking at historical perspective, and we look how misinformation could be debunked with various media, and we also observe the role of Wikipedia, for example, in this process. And with this one, I would like to show you a piece of research which we did on so-called conspiracy theories and how they're being spread during different disaster situations. And I would like just to settle the background that misinformation is not a new phenomenon. It existed for centuries, so actually from the beginning of mankind, but now technologies are making it spread almost universal. It makes everybody to be part of this process. Communication is not going from the institutional communication source any longer, but anyone could become the part of communication. And what is more important, also the reach of misinformation now due to social media, it can go in seconds. And this is exactly this very tiny moment which goes, if we speak about Kahneman, think fast, think slow, which is addressing this emotional reasoning. So actually the corrective debunking information should be also with the same speed, which is not really possible. And with our research, I would like to show how misinformation is being spread during various situations. So here you see the example on the road of bots on spreading conspiracy. So we took different earthquakes, and we followed the discussion on Twitter. So just to say about empirical part of data collection, until now the Twitter was our main source of data, but after the recent development and decisions of Elon Musk, so we also now have to diversify. So we are searching also for alternative channels, and this was also the recommendation of the European Commission when they evaluated 2 years of our project. So we identified the most frequent conspiracies. So we actually saw hundreds of them, but we tried to take the most frequent ones, such as connecting earthquakes to military activity, to divine punishment, and these conspiracies are being spread differently in various parts of the world. To aliens, HAARP is coming very frequently, Large Hadron Colliders, fracking, and Freemasonic plots. So these are the most frequent ones which we saw. In this example, we collected Twitter data about the major Indonesia earthquake in November 2022 with help of various tools such as the bot sentiment, and we could see that there is a very positive correlation between observed tweet frequency and bot scores. So we also can see that with misinformation and conspiracy theories being launched at once are being then very frequently taken by following up bots activities. The next part of research in the next case study was mining the discussion on monkeypox misinformation on Twitter. And here we also analyzed millions of tweets using different methods, such as NLP method and Roberta model, where our Israeli partners were contributing a lot with the data collection. And we categorized tweets into different groups, so according to the sentiments, so like neutral groups, for example, which allowed us to evaluate also behavior of the supporters of misinformation or opponents. The biggest part of our research was focused until now on COVID-19, and this is mainly due to the fact that there was so much information produced there, that it was so rich of empirical data and also so contested and so fresh. And we could also observe misinformation during various phases of COVID, like starting of COVID, introduction of vaccines, various discussions. So also we could also identify various kinds of misinformation, such as, for example, 5G or Bill Gates or Big Pharma, and we could also observe the dynamics of these discourses. And you could see that some conspiracies peaked at the beginning, such as 5G, but then some kind of faded away, and others continued, like Bill Gates, for example, for the entire time. Just to make a remark on these results, they were mainly done on English-speaking media. The next one is GMO discussion on Twitter, so where we did sentiment analysis to identify various tweets and also to bring them together with other kinds of conspiracy theory. And just to add to these results, two aha experiences for us were that we find that frequently if one group of people tend to one kind of conspiracy, it's very probable that they would support other kind of conspiracy. And then there is a viable demographic variable to trust, to the issue of trust to disaster risk reduction authorities. So these kinds of sequences are connected. This is the first one. And the second one, we find out that actually there is more opponents to conspiracies than supporters. But if we look in details about these groups, we can see that supporters of conspiracies, they are much more active, so they are producing much more traffic, and also they frequently support their messages with the links. At the same time as when we speak about opponents, about conspiracies, they just put their opinion, but they have no real information how they would support their opinion. So there is no link to the source of information. Yeah, and finally, so we did also a number of other research, such as impact on risk perceptions and intentions to use AI tools to deal with misinformation, but I think I will show just this part of research in sake of time. So we prepared the contribution to the Global Digital Compact of UN, where we identified various points of the ethics on AI and also keeping internet as a free space, but at the same time also being able to address these issues of misinformation and disinformation. So it seems to us to be an important trade-off which has to be addressed exactly nowadays. Yeah, and with this I just would like to send the message from our PhD students who are working in our group and who are very excited about this topic and about dealing with various conspiracy theories and identifying them and understanding them and just calling for uniting our efforts in dealing with misinformation. Yeah, so with this I think I
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nadia, and I think we'll take questions together at the end of all the speakers in the interest of time. Next, we invite Harith Alani from the Open University, and Harith's talk is titled Live Information Correction, Lessons Learned. Over to you, Harith. Thank you.
Well, hello. Thank you for inviting me. I'm the director of the Knowledge Media Institute at the UK's Open University. Just to give you a bit of background, so I was the coordinator of a project called Comrades that ended a few years ago. And it was all about how do we process information from social media during crisis. And misinformation was only a small part of that. Everything else was on the positive side. Things changed very, very quickly since then, and that was, I think it ended about 2016 or so. And so you can see all the three other projects that followed were all about misinformation. And actually, and Heroes was the one that Keith and I worked on, and Cornform was with Nadia. So these are kind of the links outside of the links project. And they were all about misinformation. So there's no way I could cover everything that we've done in 10 minutes, but I'm happy to talk after that. We know that there are different types of, there's misinformation, there's disinformation, there's malinformation. They come with kind of different intent, if you like, also different levels of harmfulness, falsefulness, and so on. And we try to kind of distinguish sometimes between them. But in computer science, where I come from, where we try to develop some algorithms to detect or to monitor, we actually can't tell the difference between them because it's very hard. How can you really detect the intent behind something is incredibly difficult. And actually, many of the crisis-related misinformation that I've seen in the past were just people making jokes, but then it turned to become like a serious problem, misinformation. So intent is very difficult, and I just want to flag that this is still a growing area of research. How do we tell them apart computationally? We also treat misinformation as if it's the same thing. They never are, right? So you have misinformation that's just total nonsense, that doesn't harm anyone, and there's misinformation that literally kills. Again, when it comes to most of the research that you find in computer science and elsewhere, we don't seem to make a distinction between them, which is a mistake that we're trying to resolve. So some of the research that we've done, we looked at what is this misinformation talking about? So in the Heroes project, we looked at the type of that misinformation. So if it's about the cure to the virus, we try to analyze it, maybe see whether it has different patterns to the one that's more about the origin of the virus. And this is just a call for all researchers looking into misinformation to keep that in mind, that we might see different patterns than we have. But I'm not going to cover all of that today. I just wanted to give you a flavor. The other thing is that we tend to talk about misinformation forgetting the good information. That was mentioned earlier as well. We really need to look at both. So if I have misinformation, what is the corrective version of that, or the fact check? And how do we study them together? If 1,000 people have shared a false claim, I would worry much less about it if 10,000 shared the corrective version of that. But I would worry if it's the other way around. So we always need to monitor them both, and that's a lot of what we've done in these projects, is to look at both of them at the same time. Who facts the fact checkers is question number one that we always get asked. And of course, you have legitimate fact checkers and you have fake fact checkers, right? So they do exist as well. So the answer to that question is the International Fact Checking Network, because this is kind of a network that verifies every organization that claims to be a fact checker and only register them if they kind of follow certain principles and work in a certain way. So if we use all the fact checkers that are registered by this network, then at least we know who's fact checking the fact checkers, and that's our source of all the fact checking information that we use in our research. Where do we get our data from? So there's something called claim review. So all those fact checkers, they embed into their web pages some syntax, like the one at the bottom right corner, where they say what is the claim that they've looked at, when they've looked at it, and what is the fact check, and so on. So all of that information, they make it available in their web pages, which we collect, and that data is behind all of our research, but also is available to you if you want to use it. So the database that we have built, this is using kind of semantics, semantic knowledge graphs. It contains at the moment, actually it's well over 140,000 pairs of the misinforming link
that someone looked at and the fact check verdict of that. So you have those kind of pairs, but also all the other meta information that's associated with it, and that's collected from well over 70 different fact checkers. So that's kind of the background for what's behind all of our research, okay? Now we come to the gist of what I wanted to talk about and focus on today. If you look at all the literature out there about how do you correct people when they share something or believe in something that's false, you find that the vast majority of that research is lab-based. You know, kind of fictitious scenarios or simulated environment where you have a collection of people and you say, okay, here's a claim, would you share it or not? And then you kind of study how you could change their mind. The problem with that is that this is not exactly how it works in the real world. And that's what we wanted to test with this experiment. So we thought, okay, how about we use that knowledge graph, that database that I've showed you, where I know when you share a link, if that link is in my database, what I know a fact checker has looked at it, how about I send you the fact check? And how about we do this automatically on Twitter using a bot? So what the bot does, it searches Twitter for any mention of any one of our 140,000 misinforming links. If it finds it, it will reply to that tweet and say, hey, here's the fact check for that one, that thing you've shared is incorrect. Now, as you can imagine, we were not expecting everyone to say, hey, this is brilliant, thank you very much. We were expecting them to retaliate and tell us off. But the aim of the experiment is to see how much we've pissed them off and how can we reduce how much we've pissed them off. And that's really what we're trying to get to. So here's an example. Someone shared a link about a story that came out recently. So Twitter would show you the version of that story, and then the bot underneath it will basically just reply and say, hey, you may want to verify this. And then we thought, well, let's be a little bit more clever. We don't want to just give them the message. We want to experiment with different ways of giving them that corrective message. So we came up with those 7 templates. One of them is a bit more factual. The other one is more alerting. The other one is a bit more friendly, and so on. But basically, they're all doing the same thing, which is alerting that person that what they have shared is incorrect, and then point them towards the fact-checking story about that. And then what we do, once we corrected all of those people, we see how they react. So there are some positive reactions, like they've liked what we've sent or retweeted it, or replied and said thank you. And there are the ones that are negative reactions where they blocked the bot or replied negatively to us. And there are neutral reactions where they replied and kind of tried to get into kind of a discussion about it, so they didn't really make a very clear stance from it. So what we have found. So the bot ran for about 2 years. We have now a new version I can tell you about later. We've corrected about 5,300 something tweets. So these are all containing those known misinformation links. Only about 10% of those people made any kind of reaction that we can detect. Of course, there are reactions we cannot detect using the API of Twitter, but those are the ones that reacted. And I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to rush through it. Then what you can see is that we couldn't get any statistically significant correlations from the different types of messages that we used, but you could start to see that some of them, for example, the friendly ones seem to have created a little bit more positive reaction than the other ones. But that's still ongoing research to see what is the perfect template for that. The thing that's more related to crisis, and maybe we can take it later for the questions, is that in most of the literature, the focus is on the person who shared the false claim and whether we can change their mind. When it comes to crisis, and when it comes to actually even our experiment, actually it's the audience that matter. That person doesn't matter as much. And many reactions that we received were from the audience rather than from the person we corrected. We started now to look into some of those other correlations. So for example, we found that people who follow many others, they seem to react more to our intervention, and they seem to have more people like that reacting positively than negatively. So we're looking into those characteristics of the users to see what kind of users seem to react more and what kind of users seem to react positively or negatively. And when you look into the replies that we received, so once we send a reply to the misinformation tweet, they could reply to us. And one of the things that we discovered, which we probably should have known, is that once you mention fact checker, you've lost them already. You know, talking about trust again. That's the key thing that breaks their trust, is when you point to a fact checker. Because for them, they're all paid by pharma, and it's, you know, they are the conspiracy theorists and so on and so forth. So now we have a new version that tries not to do that, by just give them the correct information without saying actually it came from a fact checker, because they don't understand who these fact checkers are. And these are kind of a summary of all the different types of replies that we have received. I don't have time to go through with them, but you could see that it was very interesting to see how trust really keeps coming up. So even when we have the right information, even when it was put together by experts in that whatever the claim is, there is a very big barrier of trust that they just makes them not accept what we're giving them. Final slide. These are the things that I feel takes all of that work that we've been doing for about 10 years and bring it into crisis management, because there are very different scenarios and needs when it comes to a crisis situation. So for example, harmfulness, we don't yet have very good algorithms that can measure the harmfulness of a false claim. But actually, I mean, it's possible, but it's not there yet. But I think for crisis information, you need to know, is this a harmful one that I need to worry about, or is it just nonsense I can ignore? Timely intervention is very important. We don't yet have a very good way of telling what is the tipping point of that false claim where I really need to now intervene. Because if you intervene too early, you're amplifying the false, the misinformation. If you intervene too late, well, it's too late, it's circulated. So how do you really get to the tipping point? That's actually a very complex thing. You need to address the audience directly. So unlike most of the research you find in misinformation, where they're targeting the person who shared something or about to share it, they don't matter as much in a crisis situation as the audience or the target or the population. So how do you actually address them directly without having to worry about the person who shared it in the first place? What else do I have? The long-term exposure is very important. We tend to focus a bit too much on one single claim and try to correct that. But actually, it's at the exposure to a whole series of claims that matters. So in a crisis situation, if you keep, actually in COVID, we've seen it, people kept hearing some negative information about the vaccine, and then they didn't care about any specific reason because it was just too much information. So that's something we can also measure. And you can predict it because misinformation tends to repeat itself. They follow a very similar template, especially in crisis situation. And so what we're trying to do now is use that knowledge graph to identify those templates automatically. And if you do that, then you could understand that in an earthquake, that's the kind of genre of misinformation that we tend to see. And that's all from me. I managed to squeeze it as much as I could. So
thank you, Harit. And I hope we can come back to some of these things during the questions. And next we have from our very own Links project, Annika from the German Police University, and who will talk about disinformation as a persistent challenge during major police operations. Over to you, Annika.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, and thanks everyone for joining us today. Especially thanks and a warm welcome for all the unfamiliar faces in the audience. My talk will be pretty hands-on, not very scientific, but really just from the perspective of the police with regards to a very special type of disaster, namely terrorist attacks or severe cases of crime. I would like to point out the consequences that we actually have when misinformation become too frequent or become existent during those types of situations and crises, and what that actually means. And what I would particularly want to do is to do three things during this talk. First, to stress on how certain things in the disaster management process are completely different or work differently for law enforcement practitioners than they would particularly work for other organizations working who are in charge of crisis management. Second, I want to stress a little bit the differences between or the special characteristics of man-made disasters, because a lot of the research literature in the field of crisis communication and also a lot of the discussions we had in the LINKS consortium focus on natural disasters, natural hazards, and there are some certain aspects where this interconnection of misinformation and crisis is becoming even more severe when we're talking about man-made disasters, and what should be considered there. And thirdly, I would also like to use this talk to advertise our LINKS Community Center, because the 3 cases I will be presenting today are also all cases we presented in length in the use case library. So if you're interested and want to learn more about the cases that I really just touch upon briefly or will be touching upon briefly, please visit the LINKS Community Center and look for more. And also you can find, at least from our perspective, I think we contributed, I think 9 more cases that touch on similar aspects. And what you will see, and this is nothing we did to prepare for this talk today, but almost every of those, all those cases touch upon misinformation, because in the interviews we had with our practitioner partners, Anne already mentioned this, misinformation is the one big problem that always came up. So, let's get started. I will talk about 3 different incidents. I think 2 of them are pretty familiar even to the international audience, but one, the very last one, which I will talk about, is some that I think everyone who's not from Germany might not have heard of, but which I found particularly interesting in this regard. So the first thing, which you probably all remember more or less, which I want to talk about, but there's a lot of things which have not been made public in the news, so I want to fill you in on this. One of the most severe cases where we had massive impacts regarding misinformation that really hindered police operations were the terrorist attack, or supposedly terrorist attack, that we had in Munich. And there we had police officers being confronted, at least in the first minutes alone, they had like several hundred social media posts coming in per minute. It took the officers more than half a year to fully evaluate and verify all of the information they received during the first 6 hours during this incident. And unfortunately, a lot of information actually turned out to be false information, either deliberate false information like fake news and deep fakes, but also like wrong reportings. And in that case, just to have an idea of the number, they got reports of at least 71 so-called phantom crime scenes, where they did not know where to send the squads, where to send the special forces, because it was only one shooter and only one area was affected. But they didn't know this until, and the public was not made aware of this until 1:30 the next morning. So there was huge panic, which should not have been, or which would not have needed to be downtown Munich. Even people got injured because they were jumping out of windows because of panic, because a lot of people were just listening to things that were circulated in social media, and that the major news networks picked up really quickly. If you see down there, that was, for instance, a crime scene. That's an actual crime scene, but it was not the crime scene. That's a shooting in a South African mall that happened half a year prior to that. And the picture you see on the right, that is something where internet culture and trolling culture became really like a problem. That's something which always popped up, but which the Munich colleagues were not aware of, because this was a trolling phenomenon that was quite new to that at that time. It's a deep fake of a US comedian, and every time there's a shooting, no matter where it is in the world, his trolls make this up and try to portray him as the perpetrator and see if this picks up. And this really led to a lot of confusion. And so the problem which we had during this operation was that there was a lot of rumor going on. Police did not know where to go and how to falsify those things. A lot of fake news, especially deepfakes, were a problem at this time. And also one thing that we have and which tends to be forgotten when we're talking about crisis management, the police is supposed to investigate every crime. And that means in terms of fake news, we don't even only have to prosecute the perpetrator that's committing an attack, but we have to prosecute every little bit of fake news as well and every false information. So the prosecution after such events and really like the management of the data, storing the information, verifying the information after such a terrorist event usually take up to 1 year before they can even like start prosecution. And so other authorities, maybe even if you find out that something is not truthful and it's misinformation, other authorities can just say, okay, skip it and go to the next one. Please, every time we encounter fake news, even if it's not relevant to fight the perpetrator in that moment, we still have to make a note and investigate this after on. So this is really like producing a lot of data. And yeah, another incident which is already quite some time ago and where you might not, at first it might not be really make sense why I bring this up more than a decade after this has happened, was the shooting on Utøya, which you probably all remember because it was made headlines for weeks and months and even, So why am I still bringing this up? This is something with regard to police operations. Again, we had this problem of internet culture, and that we found out that during such an event, we noticed for the first time really we can't communicate like any other authority would, because in man-made disasters we have a perpetrator, and we really need to focus also and take this perpetrator into account during our crisis communication. And what we were happening and what we still see in other similar operations is that actually the perpetrator is taking a look at social media as well, and fake news can really become dangerous because in their case, and I have this quote there from a very, very interesting research paper, what I would all recommend you to read, where they did interviews with survivors of the Utøya shooting, is they had a really problem with trusting social media authority accounts, and they were right to do so, because even though after they communicated that it was safe to go out, it wasn't. The perpetrator was still in the island, and so even this is more than a decade ago, in this paper, the survivors made really some very, very nice remarks what should be done. For instance, establish more like two-way communication with the authorities directly, and they made really great recommendations on how to set up social media technologies, but even though this has been more than a decade ago, those things had not been really carried out. And then for the last incident, this is something you probably don't know. That has been, that has been in Herne, where we had a shooting, a homicide. Where we had a homicide where the attacker was on the run for several days. And we had the problem, he was actively engaging in the social media discourse. So the perpetrator himself was intentionally misleading police operations, making false claims, like for instance, the one below that was a post on 4chan, where he posted actual photos from the crime scene, but they were not interpreted as actual photos, but rather as fake news from the authorities, even though these were the true crime scene photos. And on the other hand, there were people making false accounts. The picture you see with the dog led to a huge manhunt or dog hunt, so to call, because people thought that was the actual confession letter, but that was actually a troll. So they were looking, interpreting the rights as wrongs and vice versa. So in this case, we really had a problem with not only a lot of copycats, but for the very first time in German crime operations history, the problem that we also had a perpetrator that actively engaged in social media. So this is something which touches upon a lot of areas, like interpreting not only the right informations, but also like developing trust and looking at who communicates and who takes part in this operation. And I think due to time management, I skip the last slide and leave this open to discussion, because I think this will be pretty much the things that come up.
Thank you so much, Annika. Thank you so much. And yes, so if you haven't visited the Links Community Center, please do so. And where you see an overview of all our different results. And if you want to deep dive into some of our reports, they're available on our Links website. Thank you. I think we have about 15 minutes for questions. This is the only thing standing between lunch and us. So I guess we'll take some questions from the floor to begin with, and then we have some questions set up as well. Gaspar.
Thank you. Gaspar from the Federation of European Fire Officers. So my question would be, have you considered different devices in correlation to fake news and misinformation? Because we have realized that some cheap phones owners are being targeted with more fake news and chemtrail theories, that's by the way true, than others. We have tested the X feed and Facebook feed, and both phones simultaneously, the feed was completely different with the same user. So have you considered that?
Thanks, Gaspar. If you have a question for a specific person, please do say that before. Otherwise,
yeah, with the first presentation, I think, because it was about misinformation.
Yes, this is a very good question, and actually a very good research idea for us later on. So currently we are focused only on the traffic on Twitter, but I think as we received this recommendation for the European Commission that we have to diversify, so the question of device might be very interesting. And what we are also thinking about going to other media like TikTok, which would address the young people, but there we have to check regarding GDPR guidelines and also possibilities to deal with this data. So it's not possible everywhere, also from the point of view of ethical issues. This is the question which we frequently get in, how ethical it is that we are actually analyzing the discourses of people without their knowledge and their agreement. So with the argument of big data, we could deal with this, but where you could attribute the face and the photography of the people to the message, this might be problematic.
Yeah, thank you. And just a follow-up question. So you mentioned TikTok. So if we use VPN for TikTok, it's also for everyone to understand that. And if we are looking TikTok from Rome or from Europe, we see totally different feed than if we use the Chinese VPN. So in China, they have educational posts, and we also have like shitty posts and theories and misleading information. So it seems like someone wants to make our children stupid, and we have to consider that as well.
For us, TikTok would be very interesting because there are many young people there, so we could also see these discourses among certain age groups. But yeah, you're completely right. We are now clarifying how we could do the information research there.
Sorry, I'm using microphone so they can hear.
the question is, do we have sufficient guidelines to deal with the challenges that you outlined? And how do we make them better? And are we headed in that direction? If anyone wants to take that.
No. I think we're still scratching the surface, even though misinformation has been around for a long time. I mean, it has always been around, right? But Psychologists have been very active before us, computer scientists. Computer scientists, we're just walking up to the problem of misinformation after Brexit and the US elections. So from the side of tools, we're still kind of at the beginning. But what I've showed you today and what others have talked about are kind of things that are, things that we've learning gradually that will hopefully get us to the stage. And there's not going to be one solution. It was mentioned this morning that there are so many tools that people can already download to verify things and nobody uses them. All right? So it's no longer the problem of building tools. The problem is how do you really embed all of that into the same environment that we are using to get information so that you don't need to go sideways to go and verify things. And so creating that ecosystem is the complex next step. One thing that we've done in Combras, for example, we also developed some automated tools using machine learning to detect what might be a rumor and what user to trust and others not to trust. And maybe this is something that you've looked at in links, but the problem then is how do you explain the outcome of that to an NGO on the ground? So you give them an AI model that gives you, oh, I'm 80% sure, because they're all statistics, work on probability, I'm 80% sure that this is not true, okay? And then when we talk to the NGO partners on the project, said, how do I interpret this on the ground during a crisis? What does 80% mean? So connecting all the computational work with the kind of the social aspect and the procedures that they need to take, that's still a missing link. And that's something that we also need to move into. So lots happening. Guidelines, I can't see them happening though, because it's not a simple thing that you can address using a guideline.
I'll be standing, otherwise you won't see me. Two questions actually for Professor Alani. The first one would be, I work for a private intelligence agency, and for us, obviously, misinformation and disinformation, it's a big piece of our work. So I'd like to understand a bit more of your thought about the value of disinformation for actually gathering information, who is spreading it.
Can you repeat? Value of?
The value of disinformation in terms of how we can use it to actually gather information on the people who is actually spreading this information itself. Does it make sense?
Okay. The value of disinformation to collect information about those who spread.
Yeah.
I need to break this one down. So we can always find out how things are spreading. So we've done a lot of work where we looked at the spread of misinformation as well as their fact check, sort of the counter of that and how that's, what are the patterns associated with those things. Like I said, we can't tell whether something is misinformation or disinformation. That's still a missing piece that we need to figure out. You can find out if these are likely to be bots that have circulated things, so maybe that's disinformation. I doubt it, doesn't mean that it is. It's very difficult to really tell that there is a kind of a foreign campaign behind it. I mean, there are local campaigns as well as foreign ones. So I'm still a little bit skeptical about our ability to very quickly and safely determine whether something is like intentional and so on, but there are some improvements there. You really need to go into information security side of that, because then you need to track things like where it has originated from. So 4chan was mentioned earlier. Actually, a lot of the misinformation that we find on the likes of Twitter and TikTok, they started elsewhere. They didn't start there. In many cases, they even started on national news or newspapers. But then they became kind of more amplified and twisted, perhaps even more than what the media has done. So it's, for me, the trick is really understanding how things spread across all the platforms and on the web in general. And that, you can see how complicated that is. The best that we can do is to say, well, actually that account and that account has been spreading this thing on this platform. So at the moment, most of the work that we see is platform specific, but I think this is only a small piece of the puzzle. We really need to look at across the web. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but I'm happy to
It's
pick it up.
definitely a part of it. Second one, quickly. Would you advise about integrating those fact-checking bot into crawler that we are using, for example, for social media intelligence?
Yes, absolutely. So this bot, for example, it was endorsed by the platform before it was purchased by Elon. So whether they would support that kind of work moving on is still a big question mark. Most of the work that you see done by the platforms is mainly about how do you identify that this information is false and how do I remove it. But there's very little on how do I identify that this information is good and let me promote it. And this is what I was saying, we shouldn't only be focused on the false claim, we should also focus on the corrective version of that and how do we amplify the corrective version of that. For the platforms, they would promote you as an account holder if you post a lot, if you have lots of people following you, regardless of what is it that you say. Right? But imagine a platform where you would get promoted based on the quality of the information or the factuality of the information that you share, and you get demoted if you don't do that. That would be a lovely platform that I would like to do, but there isn't a very good business model for it. But we can do it. Technically, we can do it. Like I said, although I'm a computational person, the problem is not in the computation. It's really in our business models and the user side.
Thanks, Harith. And I think we'll move to a final question and as a closing remark as well, maybe from the three speakers, and Anna, if you would like as well. We have a number of practitioners in the room, a number of organizations in the room. What's one thing that you would say in how to overcome this barrier of engaging with social media and crowdsourcing in practical terms? If you were an organization, what would you do concretely that is concerned with misinformation and disinformation, particularly with increasing use of social media and crowdsourcing within organizations? Anika, should we start with you? Someone else at the minute? Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, for me it's a very interesting question. Why, despite high level of awareness about misinformation, so there is a lot of information that misinformation exists, and I think currently a lot of social media users know about it, why, despite the availability of the tools, of the bots, and of the AI tools to deal with misinformation, actually the level of usage and willingness of usage of these tools is among general population is quite low. So what should we do to understand what is the requirements? And in the previous project which we did together with Harith, we started to understand what are the different requirements of various social groups, and we actually found out that they're very different. And for one tool to satisfy the requirements of fact checkers, of general public, of journalists is almost not possible. So we need variety of these tools. We need also good sources of information about these tools. We also need trust-building measures, because this is what we also observed. We tested the app and with people, so with general public, and people say, oh, what is going on? This app is sitting on my laptop and they are collecting data, and what they are doing with this data. So there is still a lot of open issues. And probably we need to develop these tools also jointly with stakeholders, and it depends on the area where we are working. So if it's on earthquakes, then first responders has to be involved. So we have to understand what are their needs in the tools, even though I know it's not always easy, but yeah, maybe it will increase the probability of the usage of the tool.
One thing that was brought up by one of the survivors also in the study I mentioned done on the Utøya attacks, which I would find particularly interesting as a remark, and something where I think should either the disaster management organizations, as well as the educators, as well as the technology developers should go. It mentions a little bit or touches upon this aspect of business model that you mentioned. One thing that the survivors brought up is they said that those fact-checking tools, those verification tools,
should not be used in disasters only, because then nobody uses them. When you have a disaster, you don't plan upon the situation to happen. You use what you are most familiar with, you use the things and the technologies that are part of your everyday life. So I think for fact-checking technology specifically, there should be maybe some sort of gamification approach to it, also to engage all kinds of people and make it really like a tool that is interesting, and even though we are speaking of a disaster, in everyday use, fun to use. So people are actually familiar with this, they rely on those tools when a disaster strikes and don't have to like Google search what's out there, because nobody does that in a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, just to add, there are 2 or 3 things that can be done. One of them is how do you be more preemptive, if you like? So what we've seen, for example, during COVID is that when a new false claim comes out, then we start the engine going to see how we can verify it. Fact checkers or WHO or whoever would go and talk to experts, and then things clarification start to be communicated too late. So how do we predict what's going to come out next? And we should be able at least to some of them, so that we are prepared and we kind of debunk the false claims before they even come out in a subtle way. So there's a lot of kind of different ways that we need to organize. And then how do you communicate it out? So what we're trying to find out is, well, what is the right way that I need to phrase this so that I win people over? One of the things we're looking into it is how do we personalize it? So, people are different, have different experiences, different exposure to different claims. Is there a different way that we can communicate? It needs resources, which is the problem. So at the moment, there's only kind of one message that goes out, and then we forget about it, we've debunked it. But actually, some of the false claims, they persist, they continue to circulate, others die very quickly. And so having the technology to help you find out which misinformation is resisting your corrective information, and perhaps then you can figure out why and divert your resources to tackling that one, and maybe not the other one that died very quickly, so let's not worry about it. And we have built some monitors to help with those things, and I think that sort of thing could help dealing with the next wave in a bit more efficiently.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all our speakers on this panel, and I hope that we've opened up a lot of thought, enough to also engage with a number of questions for the rest of our day. And I think within Links, we've also tried to address some of these concerns, looking at people, technology, and institutions coming together, and the complexity, the ecosystem that surrounds this problem. So I hope you have a good lunch and a good rest of the day. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Nathan.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Really interesting panel. Touches back on what we started with this morning. It's not just innovation. It's not the solution, the technology. It has to be bottom up with all the other actors involved. And I think it was a really nice discussion. So I know you're all hungry. I don't know where lunch is, but it's probably where we had coffee. Yeah, okay. It's there, yeah? So the lunch break is an hour. Take your time, get some air, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock for the last panel before the workshop. So enjoy. Thanks a lot.
amore però, questo è amore,
Ho preso una pasta, non sapevo che volevo.
Ha preso tutto? Buon appetito, grazie mille.
please find your seats. Yeah, let's come up. I'm going to invite the third and final panel for today up on stage. So we'll be talking about engaging the crowd. So how do we integrate crowdsourcing into disaster risk management? We're going to have Camilla Forio from the University of Florence moderate the panel. And she's got a lovely group of panelists with us here today. And after this panel, we'll give you a little bit more instruction on how the afternoon is going to run. So please find your seats. Let's see. Oops. That's not you, so ignore the names. Let's just see if they've got them back there. Ready?
Sorry, just a second. We have something wrong with the presentation. So first of all, I want to thank our guests here. Awesome. Okay, now it works. I want to thank our guests here. It's a real pleasure to have all of you, and thank you for agreed to come and stay with us. So the first one is Giuseppe Lillo, who will be presenting a paper, 112 Public Safety Answering Points, Hubs for Crowdsourcing Data and Citizen Engagement Technology. Then we will have Martina Ragosta from the Engage project, whose presentation will be Empowering Resilient Communities, Revolutionizing Disaster Management Through Digital Engagement. And then, last but not least, Monica Trentin, Involving Hard-to-Reach Communities in Disaster Risk Management Challenges and Opportunities of Crowdsourcing. So before we got into it, I would like to spend a few words about what we are doing within the LINKS project. My name is Camilla, and I am the leader of the work package number 2, which deals with assessment of disaster risk perception and vulnerability. So the work package 2, as I said, deals with the assessment of disaster risk perception and vulnerability in the sense of developing as well as consolidating the knowledge base on risk perception and vulnerability, with a specific focus on the role of social media and crowdsourcing in disaster management. Oh, sorry. So at the very beginning of the LINKS project in 2020, one of the challenges of the work package 2 had been to identify the gaps in the scientific literature on vulnerability, risk perception, and their relation to social media and crowdsourcing, as well as the eventual inconsistencies in the research methods used in this type of studies. What emerged from the in-depth review of the concept of vulnerability was one main gap, not the only one, of course, but the most consistent, the most important, which became the focus point of our subsequent researches, which is the fact that vulnerability has been generally regarded as a static and non-operational concept. Henceforth, our very first task within the LINKS project was to point out the importance of considering vulnerability and diversity as two closely entwined factors, and to integrate vulnerability in the larger social context through a holistic perspective. Following this considerations, the purpose of our very first deliverable, which you can find online on the LINKS website, which is the deliverable 2.1, was to establish the so-called vulnerability paradigm that will help to identify different vulnerability profiles and to target the social groups who happen to be the most vulnerable to risks. The subsequent deliverable, and as I said, you can find also this one on the Links website, which is the deliverable 2.2, provided the second part regarding disaster risk perception and vulnerability, focusing more on risk perception. The main assumption here was that the resilience of local communities, and we will see with Monica and Martina about the local communities, can be enhanced once local risk perception is understood. The research was conducted according to a 3 levels model, that is 3 levels factors that should be taken into account when we deal with risk perception. The background factors, the interpersonal factors, and the individual factors. So one of the products of the Links framework, which we have developed, which is the Including Citizens Handbook, and as you all know, we will have a workshop later about the handbook. It represents the practical translation of the knowledge base that we have, all the informations that we gathered, and then we filtered and rephrased in the knowledge base on disaster risk perception and vulnerability, and on a disaster management process. So the handbook, just a few words of course, contains resources, tools, guidelines, suggestions for disaster management operators in general on how to efficiently use social media crowdsourcing in disasters. It is composed of 4 thematic areas that have been defined according to the findings of the researchers on the knowledge base, which are increasing risk awareness, mobilizing volunteers, mobilizing citizens, and making information accessible. So as I said, the handbook will be the main topic of this afternoon with our workshop. So let's start with our first panelist, who is, as I said, Giuseppe Lillo. So Giuseppe Lillo is a PhD student at Università Politecnica delle Marche, Department of Life and Environmental Sciences, with a focus on civil and environmental protection. Lillo's research revolves around the relationship between emergency management and informational technology. Special attention is paid to the challenges and potentials associated with crowdsourcing data, and the goal is to demonstrate the value of the information layer generated by the first level 112 PSAPs as hazard and risk monitoring system. This research also aims to extend the existing crowdsourcing taxonomy and to investigate new forms of citizen sensing to support emergency managers in decision-making processes. So Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Camilla, for the introduction. I'm Giuseppe Lillo, PhD student in Civil Environmental Protection, and today I will introduce a segment of my PhD project focusing around the public safety answering point of the European emergency number 112. Information and communication technologies has driven to the concept, digitization across various sectors. The widespread diffusion of portable devices enabled with communication capabilities and sensors has driven to the concept of the cyber and physical convergence. Crowdsourcing, a collaborative approach for information gathering and sharing, harnesses the power of big data to support emergency services. Social media, in this context, plays an important role since in a mass emergency scenario, people publishing a large number of information-rich multimedia messages become de facto human sensors. However, in this context, social media exhibit some critical issues, even though emergency services may handle this additional layer of information. And these critical issues are information overloads, trustworthiness, data policies and privacy issues, lack of expertise, lack of guidelines and policies, and also lack of interoperability. Researchers are very interested into finding solutions aimed at filtering out the noise in order to retrieve relevant content. Social media and crowdsourcing technologies library is one of the outcomes of LIG's project, aimed at gaining a better understanding of disaster community technologies. Today, with my presentation, my aim is to introduce the technologies that are in a public safety answering point of the European emergency number 112 as our crowdsourcing technology library candidates. The European emergency number has 5 macro models, and Italy has the number 3, based on 2 stages. The first level public safety answering point has the task for gathering, data sharing, and data gathering. And then the call is thus passed on the second level specialized public safety answering point, who is managed by law enforcement, firefighters, and pre-hospital emergency medical service. Considering the public's involvement in all this chain and the information and the data that there are real-time, structured, and verified, we can assume that this data, this category of data, represent a new form of crowdsourced data alongside with social media data. Today, the 112 unified system, 112 number is mostly recognized as the primary number across Europe. In Italy, 12 regions have implemented the unified system, and the other 8 regions will comply in the near future. The total amounts of emergency 112 calls in Italy in these 12 regions amount about 11 million. Of these, the 80% derive from mobile phones, and the other 37% of the total calls follow the old numbering system, demonstrating shortcomings in public's awareness of the unified system. However, the performance in handling big data due to the fact that there are, during a mass emergency scenario, arriving lots of 112 calls are very well, since the only 43% of the total call are forwarded to the second level specialized SAR. Building upon the framework provided by social media and crowdsourcing technology libraries, so I introduced these counter rooms as our crowdsourcing technology library candidates. In fact, the category adopted by crowdsourcing technology library candidates are based on the launch year, which is the 1991, even though the unified system will arrive in Italy only in 2015. 112 system must be reachable free of charge and both from landlines and mobile phones, and in multiple languages. And it enables bidirectional communication between citizens and authorities, and interorganizational communication between first level and second level public safety answering point, as I reported in the Reuters crisis communication matrix. So the first level public safety answering point enabled the following social media and crowdsourcing technology function. We can cite the search and monitor function that involved color geolocation and identification, real-time analysis, including the real-time text analysis, real-time text that is used by people with diverse needs and abilities, like hard of hearing people and deaf people. The system is ensured interoperability thanks to the homogeneity of sources and formats, and it is based on the business intelligence system that monitor service quality. As shown in this figure, the emergency call service handling chain of the European emergency number 112 exhibits some similarities with state-of-the-art social media data management system. In fact, analogous processes are highlighted with the same color. the opportunistic sensing based on the social media data scraping translate large number of calls arriving in a mass emergency scenario, and the filtering function alongside with the witness detection function and geolocation and impact assessment function are also concentrated in the telephone interview led by the lay operator in first level public safety answering point. And for this reason, we can also assume that all these processes ensure credibility, the trustworthiness of data. And for this reason, we can present the 112 unified system as a system that can overcome the barrier of the social media data, or the technical barrier of social media data. So in conclusion, we can say that the 112 unified system can represent a new form of crowdsourced data alongside social media data. And it involves all citizens, including hard of hearing people and people with diverse needs and abilities, including all the concept of accessibility. And the system can involve the citizen as an emergency actor and empower the citizens as a direct participant of the disaster management processes. And so thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you, Giuseppe. The Q&A session will be at the end of the panel, so please keep your questions with you for later. And now let me introduce Martina Ragosta, who is a senior research scientist at SINTEF with a wealth of experience in disaster management, human factors, and resilience engineering. With a PhD in computing science and background in human factors, Martina specializes in practical solutions for efficiently involving citizens in crisis situations through the use of digital resources. Her research mainly revolves around digital engagement expertise, international impact and collaborative approach, and interdisciplinary insights. So thank you, Martina. The floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Camilla, for the nice introduction. Thanks to the Link project to invite us here. And thanks also Francesco and all the Save the Children team for hosting this event. Engage, as we say, is a sister project of Links, but I have to say that is really a twin project of Links, because we started more or less at the same time. The project grew up together. They were very complementary and they shared a lot of synergies among them. And also today, I learned that one of our case study, Utoya, has been also one of the case studies of Links. So it's really, really nice when there are so many synergies between this kind of projects. And also, one of the other synergies is in Engage also, we have developed a knowledge platform. I'm so sorry for some delays, but as you know, we work with digital solutions, but the main issues for us is always digital tools. And in Engage, one of the main aspects was to understand how to properly involve citizens in all the phases of a crisis. This means empower them before and then making them able to properly deal with a crisis and also after a crisis. Because as Elena was telling also today during one of the first sessions, they are a source of knowledge. They are one of the hidden source and one of the main resilience source for the first responders, and they have a specific knowledge about the local environment that can be extremely helpful when you need to deal with different type of disaster. And as in Utoya, they can be the first person on the scenes, and they can act promptly to deal with the situation. You have also the opportunity to navigate a little bit our knowledge platform, which consists of different characteristics, but one of the most relevant is the catalog of solutions. We have collected more than 19 solutions over the world, and these have been used for a different type of disaster, and this offered us the opportunity to share this type of knowledge that always is in the academia with the real stakeholders. Indeed, what we have concretely done in our projects is together with specific stakeholders, we have identified some suitable solutions. We are made a selection of these solutions. We analyze them in depth to understand how this solution could have been customized for a specific scenarios, because a solution that worked in a country cannot work in another country due to different factors that can be, for example, the trust that we mentioned today, or weather condition, or the differences between the target audience, the population. And then we have designed different scenarios, and we have done a series of different validation activities and exercises, and where we have implemented these solutions and tried also to improve them, collecting both the feedback of the first responders and the authorities, but also the feedback from the citizen and the population that have been involved in these activities. In order to properly involve what we have defined informal actors in our projects, we had the possibility to work with some project partners that are close to this kind of informed citizen. We had a lot of meetings with different associations representing different citizens, for example, with Association for Elderly People, with Association for Young Adults, and then we have involved also some schools, from the primary schools to the universities in different countries, and we did 3 main campaign awareness in 3 different countries, and we took part in a series of relevant events in order to promote and disseminate our outcomes. I will just briefly explain to you the 4 different exercises that we did in our project. They are completely different among them, because they deal with different phases of a crisis, with different type of a crisis, and also with different type of citizen, because as we have learned today also, is really, really important not only to identify the best mean to reach the population, but for specific target audience, you need also to customize your message. And sometimes you have to translate this from the scientific language to the local language, and this means also, for example, having some publication or articles in the local language. So the first exercise was in Romania, and this was for all the exercise, these were the results of 3 years work. In Romania, we had the opportunity to collaborate with the departments of the internal departments, and the scenarios was the immigration due to also the war with Russia. And here the stakeholders used, for example, AI to train the first responders and to help them in understanding how to properly organize an emergency camp in case of waves of people arriving all together. Then in Spain, with the police and with the University of Technology in Santander, in San Sebastian, one of the scenarios was related to cyberbullying and also to cyber attack. Because as you well know, the other problem that we have with the use of technologies in these days is not only misinformation, but is also the problematic way that young people they deal with this technology, but they are not aware of all the risks that can be by using these technologies. And then in Italy, in Rome, actually, one of our partners, together with ASL and Cittadinanza Attiva, they did this campaign awareness related to heat wave that seems to be already ongoing here in July and August, in order to inform, to properly inform the population about the risk related to this specific event. Last but not least, in September, just 1 month ago, we ran this large-scale exercise in Trondheim, and we had also the pleasure to have some of the colleagues from LinkedIn links to join us and to be part of the exercise, or as observer or as actors. And for example, the school that I mentioned before, they were willing to provide one of the gym as emergency point for, we simulated this specific type of landslide that is called a quick lay, and so we evacuated part of the city in collaboration with the Trondheim municipality, the police, the Trondheim Red Cross, and all the other first responders. And also for the first time we have the kids from the primary school that were involved as actors in this exercise. And just a few points to summarize what we have learned so far. For sure, this is a concept that is still evolving, and there are a lot of open question. For us, was very interesting to learn how these boundaries between the various groups are not so clear defined. What we define a volunteer, how we can define a volunteer, how we can define an informed citizen, and also most of the time a citizen can assume different roles, and he can play these roles at the same time. So it's extremely important to properly engage them, but also to properly communicate with them and create at local level this dialogue between the professionals and the authorities and the population. So it's important for us as a researcher also to move from the academia and to reach the real world. What we call the applied research should be really, really applied in order to have a specific impact. So if you want to have more information about this project, there are just a few other coming events, and Alexandra, my colleague, is already tried to engage you for the final event of our project that will be in November in Brussels. You are all more than welcome to join us. And also there will be the Cherries event in December, and this is also a great stage for all the projects dealing with resilience and societal resilience. And here just how you can also reach us through different channels. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Martina. So now we have our third panelist, Monica Trentin. Monica graduated in International Studies in 2017 from the University of Trento, Italy, and then in Governance of Emergency in 2019 from the University of Verona, Italy, with a thesis titled Disaster Risk Communication, the Relationship Between Institutions, Journalists, and Citizens, and the Role of Social Networks. She is currently a PhD candidate in Global Health, Humanitarian Aid, and Disaster Medicine at Primedim, Università del Piemonte Orientale. Within her doctoral program, she is the principal investigator of the project called Being a Migrant Woman During Disasters, a mixed method study exploring multidimensional inequalities during the COVID-19 pandemic in northern Italy, founded by Fondazione Cariplo. So, Monica, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks again for the kind invitation. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today. So today, as panelists, we are trying to give an answer to a very, very huge question, that is, how can we engage crowds and communities? And I'll bring my perspective as a global health researcher dealing with hard-to-reach communities. So for sure, crowdsourcing is one of the possible solutions that we have. And if you search in the literature, you can find more than 40, at least 40 definitions of this concept. But in a few words, we could say that crowdsourcing is the use of an open call to large groups of people in order to accomplish some otherwise difficult tasks. And the first traces of crowdsourcing can be actually found back in the 19th century, but of course, due to the recent technological developments, due to the development of internet, of social media, of the sensors that we have in our devices, such as GPS, microphone, pedometer, and so on, this definition has, of course, been expanding, and so we have new opportunities, new scenarios, and new strategies that we can rely on to engage people and to ask them to contribute properly during the entire disaster risk management cycle. So, of course, during the response phase, that could be the most obvious one, we can use crowdsourcing to ask citizens to provide us with important information in order to achieve the so-called situational awareness. So we can be aware, we can know what's going on, and this could be very useful for the survivors, but also for the responders that can know which areas to give a priority to which areas during the relief operations and so on. When we think about crowdsourcing, we tend to think mostly about ordinary citizens, lay communities, lay citizens, and so on. But we tend to forget that crowdsourcing can be a very important tool to engage stakeholders, also experts and professionals. And this happened, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the WHO was very good in that. because they were very worried and concerned about the infodemic. We also mentioned this earlier in the previous presentation, so namely the overabundance of information that was going on social media during the pandemic. And also because of the limitations of physical events, WHO recruited more than 1,500 people, experts from various, with different backgrounds, to collect ideas from them on how to counter the negative side of this infodemic. So they use different tools, such as Lido, for example, to collect ideas. And then all of these ideas supported WHO in creating a tool, a framework for actions with more than 50 concrete actions that could be used to counter an infodemic. But of course we can engage people as well, we can engage communities, but communities can actually engage themselves spontaneously. And this happened, for example, in Sardinia during the floods that maybe Italian people remember quite well, when an open data activist actually decided to use crowd mapping as a tool to put their only verified information to counter as a reaction to the indistinct flow of information that was going on social media. So this crowd map, that's why someone is also talking about new cartography or a neo-cartography, because of this power that now lay citizens have. In this map you could find only verified information that was decided spontaneously by citizens without the involvement of any regional authorities. But of course also public bodies can be the leader, can have the idea to create such tools. This happened, for example, in Czech Republic, where the local, the Czech television actually had the idea to create this open map using USAID to collect information from citizens. And then it was very useful for them to broadcast only verified information. A challenge here is about whose voices are we listening to, no? Because let's think about Roman communities or homeless people or marginalized communities that live in very specific areas. If these maps are developed in the national language, it's unlikely they will contribute and they will provide us with information. So we could have a scenario where entire areas very affected from a disaster are unheard, and we cannot collect information from there. So that's why I would like to dedicate a couple of minutes about the importance of and the possibilities that crowdsourcing recently has been offering to all of us to engage hard-to-reach communities, both from a geographical perspective or socially disadvantaged people. And that's what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic in Australia. I'm referring to a specific community, the Aboriginal community and Torres Strait Islander Australians. This is a very remote community. They tend to live far away from healthcare facilities. More than 50% of the adult population actually experience some kind of chronic disease. And we all know how much important it was during the COVID-19 pandemic to get precise, accurate, quick information about what was going on, about how we could protect ourselves, how we could effectively counter and fight the contagion of the virus. But unfortunately, the official communication released by the Australian government at the time was released in English language only. And in these communities, English is not so well spoken. They tend to speak their own local languages, more than dozens of local languages. So a local NGO had the idea to use crowdsourcing, namely to delegate tasks, to collect ideas from people, to involve these hard-to-reach communities. And they asked them to record some video, unscripted videos, showing how to wash their hands, how to keep social distancing, using their own language. their own expressions. And then these videos were spread among the communities using Facebook. That was very popular in these communities. So they used the postcodes of where these people lived as a proxy to reach them. And this was very beneficial also because health professionals were very supportive. They gave feedback, so the video was correct from the health perspective. And this was very useful because, first of all, crowdsourcing gave voice to these people, and the community could feel the ownership of a public health prevention campaign. And again, another case study is about the Deepwater Horizon spill in 2010. And this example shows the importance of crowdsourcing, the importance that this tool can have in the detection of the health impacts of an oil spill. And this because usually, I mean, at least this is what the literature shows, the official assessments tend to be not so aligned with those actually faced by people. And this is also an answer to the question, whose voices are we listening to? So already prior to the oil spill, an environmental justice organization, a local organization, decided, had the idea to create an open online platform to collect reports of health impacts experienced by these people, especially Black communities and people usually marginalized and not listened to the from the official experts, let's say. And during the after the oil spill, this was very useful because we can say that crowdsourcing gave voice to them, of course, but it also represented a new form of democracy and a new form of environmental justice. No? So the findings actually show that the impacts experienced by the residents were much more significant than those reported from the official, as I said, official assessments. So it was also useful to give to allow a broader participation to collect more data than those collected only from the government. And to conclude, as I am a researcher, I would like to point out that we can use crowdsourcing not only during a disaster or during the entire disaster risk management cycle, but also in disaster qualitative, especially research. So we can use crowdsourcing tools, online tools, social media, to investigate people's experiences, so giving them an highly accessible space to express their opinions. There are plenty of examples on how this was successful to give voice again to the most marginalized communities as research. Recruitment can be challenging. I work with migrant women, so I know very well that recruiting vulnerable communities is quite challenging because of several reasons. So crowdsourcing can be a strategy to overcome this kind of barriers. But as everything has pros and cons, we have to take into consideration that due to the low literacy or due to the limited access to internet, these communities can maybe not have the possibility to access to these tools. So we have to balance pros and cons as usual. And unfortunately for us as researchers, the ethical committees are not so familiar with this kind of tools yet. So could be more challenging to get the approval for this kind of studies. But again, having these people in a very open environment could give them voice to, and we can investigate many issues. How do you want to be? What kind of information do you need to receive during a disaster, for example, or what the impact of a disaster were in your local community. So yeah, crowdsourcing is a very important tool that we have, not only during a disasters, but also in research. And to conclude, many frameworks that we know very well, such as the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the WHO health emergency and disaster risk management framework, they all talk about people-centered approach to disaster management, inclusive approach to disaster risk management. So I think that crowdsourcing can definitely support us achieving that often too vague precepts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. So thank you, Giuseppe, and thank you, Martina. So we have a lot to discuss about, I think. So let's start with the Q&A session. And following up what Monica just said about hard-to-reach communities, I would like to start with a question. Should we talk about the relationship between crowdsourcing and the accessibility of information? This morning we talked about digital vulnerability, so also the problem of accessibility to information, material accessibility to information, digital literacy, and so on. So, of course, you have considered this issue in your research. We could all see that. What I think also, according to the researchers that we made this period of time in the LINKS project, I think that we should also consider language. Language is extremely important. Now we use the so-called common language, right? Which is not that common as we think. And I think language should be considered as a cultural factor then, and should be acknowledged, especially when it comes to hard-to-reach communities. And so is it possible to build trust and ensure that the crowdsourcing process could really be inclusive? What's your thoughts about it? I could see that you surely included this topic in your researches. Whoever wants to start, the mic is over there.
Okay. In my research, the topic of accessibility is yet considered thanks to the fact that the European Emergency Number Association, which coordinates the 112 implementation across Europe, provide some recommendation about that accessibility, since the 112 unified system is a system that must be reachable free of charge, as I said in my presentation, and for all people, including people with disabilities, and multiple languages, and the richness of all people are the two aspects that are very important for accessibility. So it is important to perform this task, and the 112 calls can be represent a new form of crowdsourcing, since it is the disaster that outsources the task for citizens to provide authorities data. So it is a particular form of crowdsourcing.
Yeah, as I said, yes, of course, this is a very important challenge because in the cases that I mentioned about the use of crowd mapping, of course, if we have the website, the application only in that specific language, in the national language, all the categories of information you want to crowdsource only in the national language, then of course you already know that a lot of people would be excluded. And in the case of the crisis map deployed by the Czech television in 2013, this was actually an issue that they found because the application was only in Czech. And also the national television was broadcasting information about the map only in Czech. Then, I mean, when it comes to social networks, no, maybe this is later. I will.
What I would like just to add to this is that, as I mentioned also in my presentation, for example, in one of the way to reach also in Romania during COVID was they used this red caravan to reach rural area because as you say, the accessibility is one of the main issues, and in some countries the population can have a less digital also expertise or possibility to access to this information. So they tried to solve these important issues by going to these rural areas. And what's happened with this solution that was developed in Romania for a specific crisis, then was also adopted, for example, in Trondheim, that is a completely different scenarios, and the red caravan turned into some cars or bikes to reach also students or other type of target audience. And despite Trondheim is a small city, and now I can say this because there are not Norwegian here, but there are a lot of students. More than 1/3 of the population are students from all over Europe and the world, and also, for example, Red Cross and all the public material is translated into more than 20 different languages because in particular during crisis, the message should be clear and should be easy to understand for anyone, and not only for native speakers or English speakers, right?
Thank you. Do we have questions from the audience? Robert is here to help you.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I'm Harith Helani from the Open University. In most of the work that I see, when we talk about engaging the public, it's almost like a passive way. So we expect people to come on social media, say a few things, and then we collect that information and do something with it, or maybe we start communicating with them. Can you imagine a scenario where we prompt users to share specific information during a particular crisis? So for example, there's been an earthquake. Imagine that we could detect from social media which accounts are active in that region, and we need to know about whether the hospital building is still standing. Do you see a scenario where we would succeed in doing that?
Yeah, I got your point about involving them in a passive way, but what we did, for example, for the Utoya case studies was we had interview. We went to them. We involved them at the beginning of the project to better understand their specific needs, their expectations that could be completely different from expectation of a researcher or an authorities, and also in Rome for the heat wave and for the earthquake scenarios, we had several. We organized several events for involving the citizen, and on the top of this, we ran a survey in more than 5 different countries. I think we reached 5,000 citizens in the 5 countries were mainly in Europe, and in order to understand better what are also the trigger for them, the driver for them, not only to participate on a specific activities, but to really involved in a constant way, continuously in this kind of process, because it's not only just one event. It could be also several different type of involvement and activities that an organization or a project can organize to properly involve them, and not only to take advantage of them. So.
I would like to add something because I did some interesting readings on that recently, also during the preparation of this talk, and I completely agree with your point. I mean, many times we use people as source of information, and that's all. But during disasters, I read that, for example, especially during Haiti, this study was about the earthquake in Haiti in 2010 and the Colorado floods in 2013. And they were saying that actually people, communities, were very enthusiastic about the idea to provide their contribution, to make their contribution to post what was going on social media, because that was a way to take back the control on the situation. So especially for people that lost someone during the disaster, it was like a cope strategy for them to face their grief and what they were experiencing. So maybe we tend to imagine that it's a passive way to contribute, and again, I agree with the point, but probably that's also something that we may ignore about how people really think their contribution is much more than we expect, than we think. So, yeah.
Last questions? Burning questions?
No more questions, I think, from the audience.
Then we give the panel a round of applause. Thank you again, Camila.
Thank you.
Let's take the agenda. So I think we are more or less done for the day, or at least for the panel sessions. We're going to have another 15-minute break. I've been told there's more food and more coffee. So fill up. Then in 15 minutes, we're going to start a workshop. It's on the first floor, so you're all invited to take place. It's also going to be run by Camilla and her colleague Olga from University of Florence. It will be around one of our products, the Including Citizens Handbook. So please join us upstairs. We're going to have some flyers and other materials on the back table. I think there'll be 2 computers plugged in where you can play around with the Links Community Center and some of our products. So during the break or after the workshop, feel free to do that as well. Afterwards, we're going to wrap up at 4:30, Francesco, and we're going to depart and go down the street to Terrace Torrente? Tiziano Terrace is what it's called, and it's right across the street on the corner there. And we'll all go together at 4:30, walk in. There'll be some drinks there, and you're welcome to join us. For the Links staff and people and the panelists, we have a dinner this evening. We'll be departing from just across the street. There's a hotel called Palentino Hotel, just right across the street at 7 o'clock. There's a bus to take us. So that's it. Have a nice coffee. Thanks a lot for joining us. Tomorrow we start again at 10 a.m. here in this session. So thanks again.